Welcome to the March 7th open meeting for the Board of County Commissioners. And as usual, we will start with Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Priority, Carol. I think it's Commissioner Garen's turn to start.
I think so. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kyler. Good morning, Carroll County. I have the honor of serving as the Commissioner ex officio on the opioid policy, the opioid policy senior group, which is now called the Overdose Prevention Policy Group, for those of you that, and Mr. Bauman's shaking his head. That was a nice, long, interesting debate yesterday, but we got through it. So we've got a new name now. It's the OPPG. That's right. And we meet every quarter. It's not the only meeting that occurs in the county regarding overdose and drug prevention. I mean, that's something they're literally doing every day. Our nonprofits are out there fighting that battle every day. But some of you may have noticed that throughout the county, the Carroll County Health Department has started to make Narcan or Noxolin available free of charge in these little kiosks around the county. This is a fantastic move. Now, statistics show us that the number of deaths in the county are going down. The number of overdoses, not so much, but was interesting yesterday, and I really appreciated the brevity and the concise nature of this discussion, where people literally were saying, well, you know what, if someone's not alive, they can't get better. So I really appreciated that. So the interesting thing about Narcan, I've witnessed its use firsthand myself. It works. It's a miracle drug, really, in a lot of ways. So I've got a box of it here, and you'll see on the screen the directions couldn't be simpler. Very self-explanatory, but there's 2 different doses in here. Hopefully you just need one, but if someone's unresponsive and you suspect that they're suffering from overdose, you take this and shoot it up in one nostril and you wait and see what happens. Call 911 at that point. If it doesn't work, you do it again. The way it's described here is you keep doing it till the person comes back to us. This is a highly effective treatment for drug overdose. But I will say this, if you grab something, I would encourage everybody to make sure they have it available. Don't put it in the back of your medicine cabinet. Don't put it someplace where you can't find it. You need to have this out in your house where it's readily available. If you've got young people in your family, if you've got teenagers, you need to have this discussion with them. If they need to put some in their car, perhaps, to save a friend's life, they can do that as well. So I commend the Carroll County Health Department for this initiative. And again, this is a drug that brings people, this is a treatment that brings people back to us. And I just want to encourage everybody to educate yourself on this. If you haven't already done so, you need to, because this is what's happening now out there in our community. It's these overdoses are real, the numbers are real, but this particular treatment, this Narcan, works.
Mike, can you just take it one step further about having Narcan in the vehicle, heat and cold, the effects of it?
You know, that's actually a great question. That is a fantastic question, maybe worth one bringing up, because you're right, cars can get extremely hot, so and extremely cold.
Yep.
So does that affect the efficacy? Does it go down or not? So that's a great question. I will follow up.
Well, I do know it does. I don't remember the temperatures, but I do know that, let's say, 8 out of the 12 months, you're going to be good to go to keep it in the vehicle, but the winter months, very cold, and the extreme heat does affect it. I think we also have a cabinet downstairs,
That's correct.
right?
That is
So-
correct.
And the libraries.
Well, I have a feeling I will be getting that information here shortly from someone in the health department, because I know they're watching.
Yep, great.
That's a great point, because, having it in your house is important, especially you've got teenagers and people over there all the time, but if it's not available, you can't use it, right? So it has to be in the car, but, how long will it last in there? So
Right.
that's a great point, and we will get an answer on that.
Thanks.
And also, and like you said, the directions are there, it's relatively simple, but if somebody is concerned, they will train you. You can get training, you can get taught how to use it if that makes you feel more comfortable.
I
Correct.
believe the health department will do it.
Yes,
right?
yes, they will. Yes.
If I missed you saying
Yeah.
that, forgive
No,
me.
no, but they will, and please, you can go to their website and find out more about where to find this and the training involved. It's all there on their website. That's all for me, thank you.
Commissioner Gordon?
Thank you. Good morning, Carroll County. Last week, we were fortunate enough to have Aaron Guyman with the FFA in, and we were obviously giving them a proclamation regarding ag and farming in the community, and I just want to bring up something that some may have seen in the paper the other day, but may have not. Carroll County continues to add to the local economy heavily with agriculture. And recently, we had the USDA's release of some of the numbers most recently. And to include some of that, Carroll County data comparing 22 to 2017, total market value of ag commodities sold in the county increased 25.39% from 110 million to over 138 million. Our number of farms has steadily increased from 1,174 to 1,180, and the number of organic operations in the county increased from 175% from 4 to 11 recently. So what does this mean? Again, it just shows that Carroll County is a leader in ag, but it also shows the vast different types of ag in our community. We have everything from traditional ag to hydroponic greenhouses. You're seeing a lot more ag in our community. It's something that you'll travel to other parts of the country, and they're very pro farm to table. And I think sometimes I don't want to say we take it for granted, but we're very used to it. So I think we're very blessed, and we should be very appreciative that we have that in this community, not only for the economic side of it, but also the health side of it. When you look at some of the various recalls over the years in food and other products. So if you're shopping local, you're not only helping the community, but we're also sustaining a community. I want to mention that this morning. One other thing I wanted to bring up just real briefly, today is Alexander Graham Bell Day. As we all know, Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. He got the patent today in 1876, and 3 days later, on March 10th, uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," which was the original words transmitted on the first telephone. Why do I bring up Alexander Graham Bell? Well, Alexander Graham Bell actually has a connection in a fashion to Westminster. As many may know, Mary Shellman, who was a very significant part of Westminster and Carroll County history, was visited in 1885 by Alexander Graham Bell when he stopped by to visit her and congratulate her for her work as a telephone operator in Westminster. The Shellman House is now part of the Historical Society of Carroll County. Mary Shellman was very significant in our community, from founding in 1909 the Just Government League, was a huge supporter of suffrage for women's right to vote, also was very active in a number of reform movements, advocacy for better care of residents in the community, worked on behalf of Civil War veterans, and as many will know, she was the organizer of the first Memorial Day observance in Carroll County in 1868. So I just wanted to mention a couple key points there, and obviously Mary Shellman was heavily involved in Carroll County, and I'm going to be mentioning and highlighting as the month goes on, since it is Women's History Month, some notable both current and previous members of our community. So I just wanted to start off with her today, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vigliotti?
Thank you, Commissioner Kyler. I have to say, Commissioner Gordon, that's really interesting to know, and it's also fascinating to me, at least, that you have telephones being developed a couple of years after the Civil War. I mean, it's amazing to me. That was the middle of the 1800s, and then, so when I was one of the things that was most interesting to me when I was a kid, I went to Walt Whitman's house, Long Island, because that's where I'm from originally, is New York. And they had these old wax recordings of him speaking from like the 1870s or 1880s. And to me, that's incredible, right? You kind of think like, oh, VCRs and DVD players and streaming has kind of like always been there, but you don't realize that this technology is relatively new. But even given that, it goes back quite a bit. But anyway, so Tuesday, I joined Commissioners Kyler and Gordon, Mike Fowler, and some others from the county on a virtual meeting with the Maryland Cannabis Administration to learn more about the process and timing for the licensing of marijuana sales. We were reminded of quite a bit, including that there are 2 existing licenses for Carroll, with 2 more to come, that only 5% of revenue generated will go to counties based on sales in those counties, and that our county will be receiving less than 2% of the revenue available, and that this revenue is also restricted based on what we were told we can spend it on. I know that a lot of people had made a case, back during the referendum, that marijuana legalization was going to generate a tremendous amount of income for the county. And regrettably, that's certainly not the case. We're looking at possibly about $80,000 for our first distribution. And even if it had been more, that would still make me uneasy because it's, what price are we gaining tax revenue? Something I did learn for the first time yesterday that I was not previously aware of was that the licensees, when they come up for renewal, anybody who lives within 1,000 feet of one of these locations or who is a tenant of a business within 1,000 feet of one of these locations can submit written comments about whether or not those licenses should be renewed. So I thought that was interesting information and worth sharing. So Tuesday as well, we also had a budget meeting, and so I wasn't able to get down to Annapolis, where Delegate Tomlinson, Senator Reedy, and a number of our good people, including Scott Broadfoot, unveiled Victoria and Scotty's Law in Annapolis that would rightfully hit fentanyl dealers with tougher penalties for overdose deaths. I really want to commend Senator Reedy, Delegate Tomlinson, and Scott, especially Scott, for work in pursuing this justice. Scott in particular, as everybody knows him, has been working across the span of years to get to this point following the death of his son. And that so many down in Annapolis have been receptive, and so many in our county have been so receptive to what Scott has been pursuing, including our sheriff and our state's attorney, as well as our delegates and senators, demonstrates just how important this is. Last but not least, on Saturday, March 23rd, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Westminster Senior Center is going to be hosting the 2024 Grandparents and Other Relatives Raising Grandchildren Conference. Topics will include how to stay connected to your child and teenager, examining social media from trends to red flags, managing custody and court system challenges, and learning about science and holistic wellness and more. A light breakfast is going to be provided. And lastly, as is now tradition, I'd like to ask Commissioner Kyler what he thinks of my vintage Mediterranean blue striped tie.
It's wonderful.
That's 3 out of 4 now. That's
Now,
3.
what do you think of mine?
It's magical. It's magical from the kingdom.
Yes, that was cute.
And that's all from me this morning.
Are you ready to follow that?
I really got to follow that.
Well, his tie doesn't rise to the level of ours, so.
A couple things until I was rudely interrupted by my colleague over here. No, a couple things I do want to share. First and foremost, my mother-in-law fell yesterday, and she's, I think, mid-80s and broke her hip, so she's getting her surgery today. So keep her in your thoughts. For strength and courage as she goes through this. And it does also remind us, as you mentioned, grandparents, it's difficult. And she's very self-sufficient driving. She went to the vehicle, tripped, fell. Fortunately, the community around her took care of her, called the right people, and got her to the emergency room. So that's first and foremost, as we heard about this yesterday, and the surgery is this morning. Chris, do you have that one slide, I guess, with Congressman Ruppersberger, or did you want to bring that up, Commissioner Kyler? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think he.
Either way, I'll start. Okay, why don't you throw it up there, just to share. Congressman Ruppersberger, as you know, is a representative of our county in the northern part. He's also retiring after this year. I've known this gentleman for many, many, many years. He's been a mentor of mine, and I would go as far to calling him a friend because of all the work he has done for our military here in Maryland. And the support he's given Fort Meade and Aberdeen is a very interesting district that he had representing both. So I really applaud his efforts in the support he's done for the military. And continues now. Fast forward, being a little bit more self-centered than I am, I'm focused on Carroll County, and there are a couple of earmarks that he put in that got released this morning or last night. One is for the Boys and Girls Club up in North Carroll. It's $1 million something. I can't read it, it's too fine print, but then
1.4.
$1.4 million for our Boys and Girls Club up in North Carroll, which is awesome because of the work that, we do in supporting our Boys and Girls Club. Any extra dollars helps. And then the second is $500,000 for our sheriff's department and facility upgrades. So, again, these are not done deals. They are going, I believe, to the Senate today. And the Senate will finalize their earmarks by early next week, then go to the president for signature, and then the money then gets allocated and distributed appropriately. But again, just want to highlight, it's not about parties, it's about citizenry, and Congressman Ruppersberger has shown that in spades over the decades of his career. I think 5+ decades of his career, and also as a prosecutor before that. But then just want to throw that out there. So thank you to the congressman. I just want to take a couple of minutes. I had opportunity to host a community town hall. We called it something else, but community meeting down in the southern part of the county, down in South Carroll Senior Center, that was focused on what has been a catalyst of a lot of discussion, the storage facilities, or an intent for a piece of property to be then sold to someone who wants to build a storage facility. And it is a property that is on Highway 26, Liberty Road, and Carroll Highlands, that corner. And it's basically about 4 plots of property. So currently, there is no commitment from a developer or anyone that has gone into the county to say, we will do this. There is a commitment that he is making to the property owner and putting it under contract, but that's business. I mean, you either own a piece of property to build on it, to lease it, or to make an investment out of it. And in this case, that's what this property owner has done, is built property or own property and wants to sell it. And he wants to sell it in accordance with what he's allowed to sell it, which is within the Commercial 2 district. We went through a comprehensive rezoning a few years back to determine what should be allowed in the commercial districts. It was an interesting time because we took 2 categories of commercial, BNR and BG, and we created 3 categories. So we went from 2 to 3, and that's commercial 1, 2, and 3, to discuss the basically low, medium, and high intensity within those districts. That was not a even trade, so we reached out to all of the commercial property owners at that time, and we said, this is where you fit into those 3 districts. If you do not believe you fit into those 3 districts, come back to us and say why or why not, and then allow the planning department, along with the Planning and Zoning Committee and others, to make their recommendations. I remember this very clearly, sitting up here with a big binder of properties saying we belong in this commercial district and not this commercial district. And then we would make a determination. sometimes adhering to what the recommendations were for the Planning and Zoning Commission, other times knowing the properties ourselves or coming to an agreement amongst the five to changing the districts. This is important because this property that we're talking about was zoned BNR and probably zoned around 1965, because before that it was kind of catch as catch can and how things were being built. The residential area, those homes were built in around 1955. So just have to understand the timelines of events. So that's important. That's very important to me. And actually, just leave that right there for a second. This woman, along with her husband, Nancy and Joe Lynch, are phenomenal. And they are, they are the ones that live right next to this commercial property. And they are very determined to do what's right on that property, and is very concerned about a storage facility. It's not my storage facility, it's not ours, it's a property owner's storage facility. It's somebody who wants to buy it. All I was doing was facilitating the conversation, or that was my attempt. But Nancy and Joe came very, very well prepared for what they believe right looks like, with a vision, and I really appreciate their commitment to the community. They reach out to me. They know I'm very responsive to them. I do not respond on social media. I think that's not a good way to go. I believe, and when I do say something on social media, I say, reach me at my email address or 443-569-9861, and I will get back to you. And people like Nancy and Joe know that I'm going to be responsive. So those who know the responsiveness of all of us. Those who don't know, try it out and you'll find out. But we really do try to be responsive. The opportunity, and I do applaud both our media folks. It is on YouTube and it's available for everyone. I applaud everyone that was in attendance, along with our administrator, our director of land resource management planning, and also the developer himself. So a few of the details I want to share with you now, and we'll, amongst us, have a conversation afterwards in open admin on where we want to move forward, but for the good of the community. I did bring up the fact that it is currently allowed in commercial districts, and the community wants us to bring up, should it be allowed in commercial districts or restricted out of commercial districts and into industrial. And I said that I would bring that up to my colleagues, and we will have those conversations on whether or not we want to bring it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their work groups and activities to then come back to us with a recommendation. But that's a discussion we can have during open admin, but I will bring that back up. Some of the conversations that were brought up, and I apologize taking a few minutes on this, but I do believe it's important, that the decisions we made regarding bulk requirements with that sliding scale, they felt, a handful, that it did not impact that property because the property could go up to 50 feet in height. And they said, well, you did nothing by making a sliding scale. I said, well, we did make a unanimous decision. There were my colleagues that wanted to go as most restrictive to 35 feet. There were colleagues that wanted to go sliding. Then there was colleagues that wanted to go and keep it at 50 feet and no changes. And I made that very clear. And that's always, everything we do is always available. But we made the determination because we're looking at the entire county and not just this one property. And I said, you're right, it could go up to 50 feet. But I also said, I believe that the developer has an intent to build no higher than 35 feet. And in fact, the property is on a slope to build the first floor into the slope, so it really is only 20 feet above the property on the backside. He has a commitment to the community to take a restricted area and make it into a park area for the community as well. We also received confirmation from State Highway Administration that the entrance and exit, or ingress egress, can come off of 26 as opposed to the backside, which is huge. And it'll be interesting how that plays out, but that's a huge, I believe, win for our intent. But they do want us to take a look back at whether still storage facility amongst, and I know nobody can see this, but we do have, I think, a really good document that's available on the web. And if you want a hard copy, I'm sure we can also furnish you with one. I'm committing our staff to furnishing hard copies, but that's okay. But it's a laundry list of commercial properties, or excuse me, of commercial uses within the commercial district. And it is a very large laundry list. Storage facility currently being one of them. Change the DNR. It was interesting, the community reiterated, and if, again, you listen to it, that the community itself, should have direct input on what should be built in the C2 property. That's what the community said. I was not as open to that. I do believe, and I believe that's why I am who I am, that governance should be at the lowest level, and the property owner should have as much rights in accordance with what they are allowed to do or not do on their properties. If not, then, again, you don't want the government to tell you, because you'll all have square houses with 6 windows, and I think that's not appropriate. I think we should have the ability to make our homes the way we want them, in accordance with what we're allowing. And it's the same for the use of commercial properties. I do believe there should be allowances for community input, and that's why I really applaud this owner, developer, that he wanted to listen and hear from the community. A concern about crime was brought up. I am not an expert on crime, so I go to the best person I know, and that's our sheriff, and I applaud our sheriff because of his partnership with Maryland State Police and also the local municipalities. He said within his 20-year career on the state police, he has never dealt with crime in a storage facility. He said, to date, he has never been called, or his folks have been called, to a storage facility within Carroll County. He's going to pull the data for me to ensure that he's not misspeaking, but he is telling me it is very low. That gives me a lot of confidence when our sheriff, who I have a lot of, beyond respect, confidence in, tells me that. The developer said he owns 50 storage facilities across the country, and the same thing, that there is no crime. He puts $100,000 to $150,000 of cameras and sensors and all that kind of fun stuff, and lights to ensure there is no crime. It was asked about why aren't these in industrial zone properties, and again, I don't know from what across the country, but the developer, the guy who owns these, he says none of his are in industrial zone properties. So I'm like, and the reason he's saying is that within residential and commercial areas, there is a need for storage facilities up to 10 square feet, I think, or whatever he may have said, something like that. And he said in that area, it's only 1.5 square feet. So what he's telling me is he's doing his due diligence, and he was sharing that with the community. Home values going down because of a storage facility being built. He said in 30 years that he has been doing this, he has never received an individual coming to him saying that home values had gone down. Again, I don't want to say I don't know, but I don't know. I just take the words of our sheriff and the guy who's, building, who wants to build this. He wants to build a successful business. That's obvious. The two things just to leave you with, the comprehensive rezoning, is it a perfect document? No, absolutely not. We, as a Board of County Commissioners, since we've been in position, have made adjustments to this already, and we know that. Are we open to doing other adjustments? Absolutely. And that's, again, a conversation that we may have during open administration. And that was the big takeaway. The other big takeaway, again, is continuing. Social media is there for a purpose. You know, if you want to get under somebody's skin, go try and get it out there, but you're not going to do it with me. Just email me, call me, text me, and let's have that conversation for a better Carroll County. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to share. I apologize taking so long, but a lot of notes. I really do applaud the community for coming out. There was probably, I don't know, 100+ folks, 150, and a lot of opinions. So, yep.
Thank
leave it
you.
at that.
And thanks for having that event. It's like you say, it wasn't really your town hall. It was a way to put the potential builder with the community. So thank you. And of the many, 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 many words you said, there were a few I really liked. And I'm sure you know this as a New Jerseyan and then college in Pennsylvania. Catch as catch can is a wrestling term. That was wrestling well before I was born. That was the term for it.
So you're saying when Weaver was, what, 15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And speaking of wrestling, this past weekend was the state championship in PG County.
That was a good segue.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a really good
exactly.
thing, yeah.
He helped me. He helped me. You didn't help a lot. He helped me. South Carroll High School had the only state champions in Carroll County, which is an oddity. Carroll County's had a state champion every year, but maybe one since it started. But South Carroll would have won the tournament. Unfortunately, Maryland has decided the tournament is less important than dual meets. They really need to look at the Olympics and the NCAA and all college wrestling and Pennsylvania and the states that have some super wrestling. They keep team score at their state tournament, and we should too. I don't want to get into how many classifications we ought to have, but I can live with 2. But I, more importantly, and I go off here, I want to congratulate all the wrestlers in Carroll County. Whether you made it to the states or you didn't, you had a good season, you learned a lot. I want to congratulate the ones that made it to states, the ones that placed at states, and in particular, South Carroll High School, who would have won the states easily, and every wrestler that qualified for their team for the states placed. And that's just, thank you, that's awesome.
And that was 8 wrestlers.
Say again?
That was 8 wrestlers.
Yes.
That qualify, and
Had 4
8
champs.
and 4 champions, and all are sophomores.
Yep.
So-
Yeah, they're going to be around a while.
They are monsters.
Now,
Congratulations, Coach.
they're going to be around a while. And they've been around a while. And like I say, Carroll County's always had a great impact on the state with wrestling. We met with the Carroll County Realtors last week and had a great conversation. And again, it's depressing, the small number of homes we have on the market in Carroll County. And it's not just Carroll County, it's the state, it's the country. But it's something we need to look at and work on. And it was a great meeting, and they have a lot of good ideas. I met yesterday with Hampstead Fire Hall and toured their almost completed new facility. They swear they're going to have it done this year. There's a lot of work yet to do, but they're working very hard on it. And we also talked about EMS and everything going on, and they had a lot of good ideas on that. The Ag Center, Chris, do you have that flyer? the Carroll County livestock sale, 4-H and FFA, they're doing some changes this year to try to get people out of there before midnight. But most importantly, Friday, August 2nd, will be the livestock sale, starting at 5 o'clock out at the Ag Center. And it's just such a great group of kids, families, farm people, ag people, business people. It's just a great night. If you haven't been there, if you're not interested in buying something, maybe you don't want to be there from 5 p.m. till midnight, but stop by and check it out. And this year it will be 2 sale rings instead of 1 to try to get people through it more quickly. And I can't say enough about the 4-H, and you said about FFA last week and Mr. Guyman. It's a lot of great stuff going on in the county. And I talked to, while we were at Hampstead Faro, we even talked about it, and young volunteers for the fire companies. There's some great kids out there, people that want to bash our kids today. I think if anything you need to bash, it's what leadership and guidance we're giving them. But, you know, there's Eagle Scouts, there's 4-H, there's FFA, there's wrestlers I just talked about, there's great students. We have some great kids in this county, and we need to appreciate it. Commissioner Rothstein mentioned our congressman, and I just want to add to it, he did not always represent Carroll County. And when we had a reception, he was almost the first person there, and he was one of the last 10 to leave. And he said more than once, he's so excited that he now represents Carroll County, and it looks like it's paying off for us. So I want to thank him for what he's doing. Back to wrestling, the Big Ten's college wrestling is in College Park this year, which is an oddity. NCAAs have been there a few times, well, probably in the 80s. But for the Big Tens to be there, if you're following Penn State or Iowa, it'll be a good weekend with a lot of wrestling. Chris, were you able to find something on the Drug and Violence Expo for next Tuesday? Okay, that's next Tuesday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Ag Center that we just talked about. Free admission, correct? And a lot of people, a lot of displays. If you have time, you'd be excited to stop by there. And lastly, I want to re-mention my tie. My daughter loved Mickey Mouse from, I think, the time she was born. We had a Mickey Mouse phone, and unfortunately, I wasn't the best dad. I called him Ricky Rat. But, so she got me this tie many, many, many years ago so I'd understand what Mickey Mouse was, and she has taught me that. So, again, back to kids. I was blessed with 3 kids that, fortunately, are all smarter than I. And lastly, I love Carroll County, and I love the groups I've talked about, and I love the groups that I didn't get to talk about today. And now we have a proclamation, Commissioner Garin.
Thank you, Commissioner Crowler. March is Red Cross Month, and I think we're joined by, is it Ms. Henry? Okay, please come up, and we'll, so March is Red Cross Month, so and please have a seat, please. And I'll go ahead and read the proclamation now. During American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Central Maryland and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And this general spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who notably dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And the American Red Cross of Central Maryland has assisted 587 households affected by 355 disasters, the majority of which were home fires, collected over 36,000 units of blood at 948 local blood drives, trained over 19,000 individuals in first aid, CPR, and AED, water safety, babysitting, and other life-saving skills, and provided over 1,500 critical community services to members of the military, veterans, and their family. Kind-hearted individuals in our community exemplify Barton's commitment as they step up through the American Red Cross to provide a beacon of hope for our neighbors in need. Through their voluntary and selfless contributions, they make a life-saving difference in people's darkest hours by delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting military families, veterans, and caregivers through the unique challenge of service, saving lives with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering aid and connecting loved ones separated by global crises. And in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, we dedicate the month of March to the Red Cross, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Carroll County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim March as Red Cross Month. And welcome, Ms. Henry.
Thank you. Again, my name is Lenora Henry, and I'm the Executive Director of Central Maryland, and we are so honored on behalf of my Board Chair, Jill Jamison, and our Board of Directors, so thank you again. It is very critical for each and every one in the Carroll County community to understand that we appreciate the partnership that you have given us. I just recently met with the Carroll County Fire Department on Monday evening. I think there was over 14 fire districts in that area, and we stressed the importance of how we need to get out more in the community and support, especially during emergency situations when fires are affected. We do so much, and President Roosevelt back in 1943 designated Red Cross Month as at this time, excuse me. So I want to thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
And a big part of what you guys do are the blood drives, too.
We do.
And churches, fire halls, businesses can all do that. How do they reach out to you if they want to let you use their facility for a blood drive?
Yes, so they can go on redcross.org, and they can reach out, or they can contact me directly, Lenora Henry, lenora.henry@redcross.org, and I can connect them with our blood donor units. And we are desperately needing, we're about a 20% decrease in blood at this time. So we need people to roll up their sleeves and help support us now, because we provide blood all over the Central Maryland.
And I'll tell you, I appreciate you now lifting the restrictions for the military, because I was restricted from giving blood for decades because of, well, mad cow disease, then Iraq, then Afghanistan, and now that's all gone. I'm allowed, and it's not like I enjoy giving blood, but I do give blood with the Red Cross because now I am allowed to do it. So lifting those restrictions was monumental for a lot of us that want to continue to serve in that way. The second is, while on Fort Meade, we had a Red Cross established, and the work that the Red Cross did for our service members, getting where they needed to be in times of crisis was so important. So you can't live without your volunteers, and you do it so well. Here in Maryland, in the military, whether it's a overseas situation or it's here in the States. So I applaud you and the whole team.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for serving. I actually, my office was on the base on Llewellyn Drive back in 1998, and so I recently came back to the Red Cross. I travel nationally over the United States fundraising for disasters and really spreading the word about the American Red Cross. We're 90% led by volunteers. I have a very small team, and we would not be able to do it without our volunteers, and so thank you.
You were there probably with Gorham Black.
Yes, yes, I do remember.
Yes, he's a good man. So,
Thank you.
yes.
Well, I want to say thank you. And over the years that I've served in office, both at the city council level and here, I've met a number of people whose lives have been changed by the work of the Red Cross. Literally, what you do is life-saving. And so, apart from the proclamation that we issued here today, what can we do to help spread the word about the things that you need?
We need volunteers. That is most important. I wouldn't be able to do the work that I do if it weren't for the volunteers in the community. And so you can just go on to our website at redcross.org to sign up. And if you can't get immediate attention, please don't hesitate to contact me directly. But it's so important. I just recently got a phone call about a week ago in the Highlandtown community in Baltimore City. There was a fire. It woke me up at 2:30 in the morning. I know what it's like to be a responder, first responder. And so we lost 3 people in that fire because they didn't have smoke alarms. Just recently, last Saturday, I walked with our mayor, our senators, our state elected officials. We knocked door to door, and just in about maybe in an hour and a half, we put up 85 smoke alarms. Wow. 85 smoke alarms because people in the community did not have working smoke alarms. I took about 20 volunteers with me, and each and every volunteer, we walked into each home and we made sure that we educated them on the importance of having a safety plan, an emergency plan for their children. An 8-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 21-year-old lost their life. And so it's my job and our community's job to spread the awareness. And again, we need volunteers. Thank
God bless you and
Commissioner.
everything that you do.
Thank you.
I appreciate all your hard work, and, you know, it's very sad to hear of those losses of life. It truly is, and can't thank enough you, your staff, and the volunteers for looking out for people in you know, some of their worst situations in life that they're going to face in those tragic moments. You had mentioned that blood bank wise, you're down roughly 20%. Is that like a time of year situation, or is it just circumstantial, or?
No, it's just, I think now people are coming out of COVID, and there are a lot of corporations, and people just weren't coming out. And now is the time. I can't really answer that question, Commissioner, but I just want people to know that the blood donors are open, the blood donor centers are open now, and please sign up and register, and because the hospitals need them, you know, shock trauma, you name it, all the hospitals throughout Central Maryland need them. So, you know, the importance is, you know, we're out there and we're setting them up, and so if anyone has a space that wants to have a blood drive, let us know. If a corporation, again, don't hesitate to give me a call directly if you need it, but yeah.
I appreciate the information, and I know there's a number of local organizations. I know there's a couple fraternal organizations in the Westminster area that are rather supportive. They'll do pancake breakfasts and have the blood drive, so always good to see your folks out and about doing that, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd rather have pancakes than little cookies.
I can set you up with that if you want. I'll let you know when the next one is.
Thank you again. Can we get a picture?
Yes, please,
And do
thank
you
you.
have anybody with you that you'd like to introduce?
Unfortunately, I don't, so
Okay.
thank you.
And may we get a picture?
Yes.
All right.
Your pants are caught on your shoes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Our first item on the agenda is the legislative update. As our legislative liaison walks up, I want to remind everyone, item 3 is a public hearing, and I think we have a couple callers already. You can call in to do public comment. If you're here and want to do public comment, there's cards in the back. You need to fill them out, and you will collect them and announce the
Names. Yep.
the public commenters we get. So I just wanted to remind everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Ricky Rad. Why am I not surprised?
It's awesome, isn't
What's
it?
that?
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
I love that, Ricky Rad.
Sounds like a Cold War Eastern European knockoff version of Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
So we got about a month to go now. So
And busy, busy.
very busy now because crossover's coming on the 18th. So everybody's scrambling now to get their bills heard and voted on in committee and sent to the other chambers. So, yeah, crunch time. So our three bills are moving. I'm actually testifying on the unpaid taxes and the purchasing bills tomorrow in Environment and Transportation in the House. So jumping into the bills, there are two here that affect the homestead property tax credit, and Commissioner Gord was interested in one of these. The first deals with Social Security benefits and how that homestead tax credit is calculated. So right now, you know that there's a limit when assessments rise, there's a cap on that assessment in terms of calculating the property tax. So on the Social Security benefits, what this says is if 50% of more of a household income is comprised of Social Security benefits, then that cap now becomes the percentage increase of the Social Security benefit. If it doesn't increase, there's obviously no increase. If it decreases, there's no decrease. So the fiscal note, though, is not very complete. I included that section just to show you that it says depending on the jurisdiction, the loss could be significant. There apparently have to be new billing processes established to handle this. So my guess is there were no supporters of the bill, and there were no opponents of the bill. So I doubt whether we'll see any action on that. And I feel the same way about this second bill, which would extend, right now, that program is only for the primary residence. This bill would extend it to any residence owned by the taxpayer. The only opponent of this bill was MACO, and that's because of the very significant fiscal note on this. We're talking about a $30 million hit across all jurisdictions. Depending on the calculation, what I understand MACO to say is that could get up to $70 million across all the jurisdictions. So I doubt that is going to pass as well. This sounded to me in the hearing like a single constituent issue. Constituent brought their situation to the sponsor, that their assessment had increased, I think, 40% on the second home that they rented. And the argument was that renters have a lot of protections, but in this case, he had no protection from that increase. The homestead credit wouldn't apply to him. But I don't think we'll see that one move forward anyway, just because of the fiscal note. There was a hearing yesterday on the Maryland Predictable Scheduling Act. We've seen this one before in different forms. This one is written to pertain to really large hospitality businesses. You've got hotels and the casinos that employ more than 500 people. They've also included franchisees in this. And what it does is requires that business owner to provide a 14-day notice in front of a 7-day work schedule. If not, there is a penalty applied to the business owner. So the advocates, it was a very lengthy discussion. The advocates claimed that they had a Philadelphia city council person in there who was an advocate for the bill and said they employed it in Philadelphia. And all of her examples were large cities. I think Seattle, Denver, Philadelphia, Boston, where this had been applied and accepted by the business community and implemented without issue. But there is still an argument to be made on the business side, particularly, in the hospitality business. Fast foods become a big flashpoint in this discussion. Apparently, those schedules are given pretty close to when the shifts begin. So most of the testimony from individuals were from fast food workers. So we'll just keep tracking this one and see where it goes. But
Mike, was there any discussion about the unpredictability sometimes of work? Because I've worked in retail before, and when I was in college and after I graduated, and sometimes you have to pick up a schedule at the drop of a hat. Somebody called me, manager, assistant manager calls you and says, "Hey, we need you to come in," and it ends up being a 7-day schedule. So in a situation like that where something does happen last minute, what happens at that point? I mean,
yeah, that is the primary argument that they make against the bill, is the inflexibility. And 14 days in advance, that's an awful lot in a very fluid, employment situation.
Right. And that certainly has the ability to affect a lot of businesses in the state.
So this bill has come forward in the past. It's not passed. It's not to say that it won't this year, but it has failed in the past. And I think those arguments are compelling reason why it did fail. There's also a bill that's caused some heartburn in our economic development folks, and that is a bill that was put forward by Frederick Senator Karen Lewis Young. It actually began as a benefit to IDAs and EDAs because it would expand the kinds of things that they could get involved with developing, primarily around housing and housing amenities. But at the hearing, the Economic Development Director for Frederick County was there in support of the bill. But the senator mentioned that she had additional amendments she was going to introduce, but she didn't have them at the hearing. So when she did introduce them, the Frederick County representative kind of panicked because a number of them seemed unnecessary, but one in particular, which has caused us some problems, deals with, and I'm not going to get too deep in this because it's not my area. Remember, I'm the generalist. I lean on other people. So the IDA folks are looking at it and reaching out to Senator Reedy as well, and I'll talk to him about it. But it goes to the way the amendment is written, that it applies to the TIF and bond proceeds. And so it's, as Dave Bowersox of the IDA described it, it's very inartfully constructed. So the Frederick County Economic Development Director has put out mass emails to all of her colleagues and to a number of the very influential lobbyists in the town. We have none of our delegates or senators serve on the committees of jurisdiction here. So we don't have any direct ability to influence, but we'll talk to Senator Reedy. He'll get briefed on what the issues are. I will say that the sponsor in the House, because it's cross-filed, does not intend to put those amendments in. So hopefully, I think they'll probably get removed in the long run, but we'll keep an eye on that. We got the right people on the.
Denise downstairs is an officer within MEDA, the Maryland Economic Development. So it'd be interesting, you may want to touch base with her, and then also what Pam Ruff, who is Executive Director of MEDA, are doing, because I imagine they're the ones that are going to be talking the loudest about this.
That was my suggestion, and
Okay.
she is on the distribution
Okay,
list
great.
for that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that was my first thought, is where's MEDA on this? I mean,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
don't go after the individuals, go
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
the collective. So, yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
And a couple of the counties seem to want to control all the other counties and put in these mandated bills because they want something in their county. And I just don't understand why. And Governor Moore said early on he was all about local control, but I'm not sure Annapolis is all about local control. And you said this was Frederick County. They're
Yeah.
the same ones that want all of us to have student reps on the Board of Ed because they wanted it. Well, why didn't they just do it? You know, it seems like so much of this is about control more than the subject.
Yeah, I think this one is authorizing, but
This is,
I think so, but our IDA is constructed a little differently than a lot of the other ones in the state. So I think there's some complications when you start to apply things to the ones that are constructed in a certain way, sort of.
But you also got to recognize, there's not a lot of IDAs in the state, and
No.
EDAs. We're talking a very small number. The construct of economic development across the jurisdictions are very different, and what I don't believe should happen is, penalizing, an IDA or an EDA because, like you said, Frederick County wants to do something. Frederick County, go ahead and do something. I don't care. Just leave us alone and let us, govern the way we believe we should be governed. So,
Yeah, her amendments just changed some of the housing amenities, but then she put that one in there, about 50% of the TIF and bond proceeds should go back to the authorizing, to the county.
that's
in
not her
essence.
business.
It's
It should
very
not be,
strange.
yeah.
And I looked at the bill again, and Baltimore County has its own, Baltimore City has its own part of the bill because they're pretty unique, and I think they probably
Yep.
would benefit from being able to include housing projects in that. But it's very
Yeah.
odd. And again, I'll get in trouble if I
Well,
talk.
like I said, as long as META is speaking up because they feel the same, and like I said, Denise is an officer on META as well, you'll, I think, be steered in the right direction.
Yes, I think we're good. So our bus bill, we talked about that one earlier. Remember last year, they tried to make the first instance, or the first violation of the school bus law to be a warning because of Montgomery County. Now, Montgomery County does have, I don't know if it's unique, but they do have an issue where they've got some roads that are 5, 6 lanes wide where there are bus stops, and there are not medians. And the bill, as it was originally introduced last year, would say that any road where there's a violation, the first one would be a warning. And that's problematic it's problematic for all the counties, the ones that use this particular bus camera process. So this time, they have modified the bill to say if it's a 4-lane highway without a median, that the first violation would be a warning. So this was a big discussion yesterday in the Senate where that version of the bill was heard. So the same opponents were in, the sheriff from, police chief or an officer from Anne Arundel County does a good job of explaining the program and some of the challenges, and Mako, of course, opposes it. So the sponsor is also the chair of the committee, Senator Smith. So, and I will say also that that the boards of education also opposed. So he posed a question to John Willems that said, okay, you're going to get a bill. Do you want to make the first a warning, or do you want to move all of the bus stops off of these highways? Well, that's not a question he can answer on the spot, but it does say that something's going to pass. I don't think we have in here in our county a situation like that, more than 4 lanes without a median that has a bus stop.
Yeah, we have 4 lanes, yeah.
26?
Yeah, 26 is all 4
Are
lanes.
the bus stops on
Absolutely.
26?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and without medians.
That's why we're opposing the bill
Yeah,
collectively.
Absolutely.
Thing is
We should.
having reviewed some of those videos with some of the deputies, and I was curious, the danger is that people don't know what to do.
I know.
And then they hit the brakes,
I
and then you
agree.
see cars sliding all over the place. So it's an issue. I mean, it's an
Yeah.
enforcement issue, but it's also an issue of people freaking out and not knowing what to
Education.
do, and then doing something that they don't.
Yeah, it's honestly, I think it's education and culture, and we've got to continue to educate our drivers, and maybe that's warning signs saying, hey, there's a bus stop up ahead, in 500 feet or whatever, but No, Eldersburg, Liberty Road has 4 lanes without medians, and there are bus stops.
Yeah, and just moving the bus stops, without real analysis, I mean, you could be complicating the issue,
So,
right?
so now you
absolutely.
want kids to walk down the 4-lane highway. I mean, that's, it's stupid. It's not complicated.
Actually, there's areas on 32 also without median,
Yep.
with bus stops on that corner,
Yep.
and buses stop. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think in Montgomery, they have an inordinate amount of these citations issued on these roads. And they claim that got a lot of people of moderate means, and these fines are $1,000. So they are pretty significant for a reason.
Yeah, we're 250.
Yeah, but then the second is 500, and the third is whatever, so yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Now, there's also been claims that a county is authorized to make the first one a
That is correct.
warning.
That the sheriff's department does do that, and they do a very good job of it. They're very judicious.
Because they review the footage
review
and
them
they
all.
make a determination on that
Yeah.
particular
So
incident.
So we're quite reasonable in terms of Carroll County, we are.
Yeah,
don't know
so
if other counties
so
do.
it's interesting. I think they want to mandate that for
course.
some reason. I mean, they have the authority to do it, do it. So, once again, some mystery in
Yeah.
Yep.
the process. So one of our favorites, the Freedom to Read Act. I bring this up because it was voted out of the Senate committee last night. So Senator King put some amendments in, the most prominent of which deals with what we talked about, the school libraries being brought in with the county library. So her amendment specifically makes them different.
Okay.
And so they are not subject to any fiscal penalty. And it also says that they have a process for these reviews, because frankly, that's going on across the state. I mean, I told you the last time that Montgomery County has a process to review the books and remove them if it's determined that they should be removed. I will say that Senator Gallion from Harford County did defend Carroll County's process during the hearing. He said that Carroll County was brought up a lot in this hearing, and that the term book banning was thrown around a lot, and in people's minds, that was put together with Carroll County's process. And he actually read from the statute what the county's process in, and put forward a couple amendments, but as you may imagine, they were voted down on a party line. So I think that at least that issue of the school libraries has been explicitly defined in the bill. So as we said the first time we talked about this, it's sponsored by the president and speaker. It's going to pass. It still retains the issues around removing librarians and library staff, so they have protections over retaliation and such. So that'll remain. But at least we got the issues of the school libraries addressed there. Another one that affects us is this industrial sludge. So the bill was amended pretty heavily. The actual title now has been changed to food processing residuals. So it's very specific now for this particular material that's been causing so much heartache. So the bill is supported by MDE and MDA and the industry. And there were Carroll County people testifying at the hearing again for the Senate version. The House version was last week, I believe. So we believe that it's now in a form that everyone can live with, and it will do what it's intended to do, which is prevent the misuse of this material and hopefully save these folks some heartache.
And the terminology difference, right? Because the way that what we'd been approached about it was liquefied chicken manure was what it was being referred to as, but it really wasn't chicken manure.
Chicken rendering, so
Right.
it's in the chicken processing. It's all the stuff that you can't sell, and basically just goes in.
And that's still
through a
covered in
process.
this bill?
Yes, it's specifically to food processing.
Yeah.
So the issues around, would manure get caught up in this? No, only to the extent that you can't use manure pits to store this food processing residual in. And the folks from Caroline also came in on the storage aspect of that, and that's part of this bill as well. Very, very tight on transporting and storing as well as applying this
So
material.
the application process, because there were two different ways, or a couple different ways of applying it. One was to spread it on top, one was to like put it in little irrigation ditches, and then another one was to actually inject it into the ground. Has that been clarified, or?
Yes, well, yes, that'll be in the regulations that are written, but the methods are, injection, and then I think don't quote me, but I think when it gets applied on the surface, it has to get tilled in within a certain period of time. And that's part of what they just came and spread it and let it
And
sit
let it
there.
stay there, right?
Yeah. So I think that, I think now the methodology, the timing of it is addressed in this, that tightens everything up. Because I think that the problem was always that there was really no ability for MDA to inspect these
Right.
in any meaningful way. And I think now MDE has some involvement in it, so I think the inspection regime has been tightened up as well, which is really, you have all the regulations in one, if somebody's not inspecting it,
Right.
it's not going to be beneficial.
And I think, well, number one, the people that are being somewhat damaged by this isn't going to help this year because the process probably starts sometime this month. And I'm not sure what we should do. I think at some point in time, we need to look at, can we do some Carroll County ordinances that will help with this? But it almost seems premature. And like I say, I know people are impatient, but until we see how this ends up, I think that would have a big effect on what we should and shouldn't do. But I think this is one thing we need to look at.
I agree.
Yeah, certainly can. A bill that Senator Reedy has introduced, as you might remember, he's trying to address the issues around the group homes in Westminster. This one defines either single or multifamily homes for zoning purposes. So there's a phrase in current law that said that these are permitted in all residential zones. He removes that phrase and then defines single and multifamily homes for zoning purposes. So you can probably see how that changes the dynamic. That's going to be heard in Senate Finance today. I suspect that we'll see the same opponents that we always see, that this is violating fair housing and ADA, but just trying another way in on this to try to deal with what is really just a concentration issue. Not that they exist, but that they're concentrated in a small area, and one community is being impacted more heavily than they believe they should be. Which is a challenge because at every turn, they have no recourse. These federal laws prevent them from addressing this in any meaningful way. So I'll be in next week and tell you what happens at the hearing. Another environmental bill that was presented by Senator Elfreth, very ambitious. I'm not so sure these kinds of ambitious bills that haven't been vetted will move, particularly being introduced this late. But This sets up a regulation and licensing regime for stream restoration contractors. So I think Senator Hester also has some issues with stream restoration contractors and wants to regulate them more highly. This creates a sort of a partnership vehicle to fund projects to improve bay watersheds. So you think about state agencies, counties, and local communities, and environmental advocate organizations sort of working together to come up with projects that will improve water quality in a watershed, and impacted watershed. So think of the Severn River, the Anacostia River, those kinds of places. And then, of course, the state would draw federal funds and use state funds to fund these projects. And they would be chosen on both a cost effectiveness and what the expected results would be. So it was a very interesting presentation she made. It sounds promising, but like all things, it will take money, and whether the state will be willing to spend those funds.
I was just going to ask, are they expecting the county to kick in any funding?
It's not in the bill.
But it wouldn't
But-
be surprising, right? And I guess how would that affect, like counties or municipalities, because they have their own restoration projects and watershed projects and their own, we have to go by what MDE says about, certain kinds of trees in certain kind of areas, for example. I mean, does that just add another layer of bureaucracy to what we already have to contend with?
No, I would say that if there were a number of similar projects in the same watershed, that these entities could come together and try to group them together in some way that would then qualify for this. Yeah, I don't think that this changes bringing projects forward. I think it's just another vehicle to bring projects forward.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe I apologize. I was referring more to the contractor licensing and that aspect of it. Does that add a whole new round of work to get these projects done? Because, I mean, if I'm a private contractor and I'm working for the county and I'm putting together a watershed project, I have a whole new layer of bureaucracy that I have to contend with, because now I have to be licensed to do something
Well,
that I was
in that respect, yes.
Okay.
Yes, the stream restoration contractors will be more regulated, yes, from that point of view.
Gotcha.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Another one of our favorite subjects, the licensee locations for cannabis, was voted on yesterday in the House Committee. So you remember we talked about Senator Feldman's amendments where he agreed to increase the distance between dispensaries from 1,000 to 2,000 feet and to increase the distance for pre-existing schools and libraries, churches, youth centers, that sort of thing, from, I think it was 500 to 1,000 feet. I'm sorry, I didn't change that. It's from 500 to 1,000 in Senator Feldman's bill. In Delegate Wilson's bill, he's willing to increase the distance between dispensaries, but he's left that distance to the community facilities at
I
500 feet.
apologize. One more time. The distance between dispensaries on the Senate amendment is 500 to 1,000?
It's right there. Dispensaries,
Senate
yeah,
amendment. So,
I've got it confused.
yeah, these numbers are
Yeah,
not.
I know, they're not matching up.
Okay, so if you can share with us, what,
Yeah, I'll correct that. I don't want to make a firm,
no, I agree.
yeah, but I think the point is that he was not willing to increase the distance from the dispensary to churches and playgrounds and schools.
He being House?
Wilson in the House.
Okay,
So Feldman was a little more accommodating, Wilson not so much.
Okay.
Wilson's a more strident,
right.
actually advocate for this. Also, there's a separate bill that I think you mentioned it earlier, that the ability to protest a license renewal if there is a nuisance, if the licensee is a nuisance and the criteria for the nuisance is defined.
Right, quote, "Conduct that disturbs the peace, including assault, battery, vandalism, littering, or obstruction of rights of way by unruly crowds."
Exactly. And I think that's happening primarily in Prince George's. They're the ones that seem to have the most heartburn with this. So he has added that into his bill, the ability to protest a license renewal. So that's been added into his bill. So clearly there has to be some meeting of the minds between the House and the Senate versions. And so we will just see where that conference committee goes. It'll go to the floor. We'll see amendments proposed on the floor. If they're proposed by Republicans, they'll fail. And if they're proposed by Democrats, they'll likely pass. So
Okay.
that's where that stands.
Mike, real quick, if I could. You were talking about the schools and the distancing between schools and various groups and organizations. Was there any discussion on modifying some of what's included within those? I know from the Senate side, there was some possible conversation of, you mentioned youth centers. So I know
Right.
that was, so they're looking to kind of broaden that just slightly to include some of those other organizations, I guess?
Yeah, I think that was the intent, is they didn't want to preclude something
Gotcha.
like a Boys and Girls Club, right? I mean, that certainly fits the intent. So,
Right.
yes, that's true.
Thanks.
And, yeah, I will definitely clear up that distance issue. I apologize for that confusion. And then lastly, I mentioned the bill that would look at changing contributory negligence to comparative. That's been withdrawn by the sponsor, so that's out of the mix for this year. So again, on the budget, the subcommittees for the two committees of jurisdiction on the budget have begun the process of their decision process. So all the agencies are in making their pitch for funding, and there have been recommendations by DLS to either keep or change, and they're going through that process now. I think that they've got to have that budget bill passed by both chambers by April 1st, so they've got a lot of work to do on that, which they always do. And of course, Mako did argue for the restoration of the CADE funding and the highway user revenue. So we'll see where that ends up as well.
Just share with you, Ms. Wyndham and I attended the BWI Business Partnership Breakfast yesterday. And it was a transportation-focused breakfast with Southwest Airlines and the airport. But more important for us is Secretary Wiedefeld was in attendance. And we pulled him off to the side. He is a friend in court, and we had the conversation about highway user revenue, sharing with him that, ensure he understands that this is a Mako initiative, like you said. He shared with us, understood, be also understanding that there's folks that want to bring the numbers down back to whatever it was,
2008, I guess.
2008, and it's like,
Numbers they shrunk to right in the Great Recession. Yeah.
yeah, so it's
Heavy
an
lift,
ugly
right?
battle, right now. He definitely understands the impact that it would have to us and also all the other, jurisdictions. But keep our eyes on this one.
They're all sweating, and nobody wants to show their cards.
That's right. That's pretty much.
One thing he said, which I thought was very good, is it's an entire network system. It's not our roads and their roads.
Right.
It's a network of roads
Yeah.
that every state resident and visitor uses. And so if we want the network of roads to survive, then we have to maintain them.
Right. Yeah, it was a good targeted opportunity, also highlighted just for the good of us as well and our team that's listening. I highlighted the value that State Highway Administration District 7 is doing for our county, and he was very appreciative to hear that as well. So But
I
anyway.
think that Mako has said that 7 out of 8 miles of roads across the state are maintained by counties. Something like that. So a
That
really
makes sense.
That-
overwhelming
that
majority.
makes
Well,
sense.
especially for, like, the state maintains no roads in Baltimore City. They're all the cities.
just-
So
Right.
that
Just money.
alone would
Yeah.
maybe balance that out a little bit.
That makes sense, especially when you're going outside of the 295 and 95 corridors. I mean,
Local roads.
yeah. So,
So,
Commissioners, anything else?
enough bad news
Thank you
for
very
one day.
much.
Don't worry, I'll have more next week, I'm sure.
Yes, I betcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Legislature's still in session.
yeah.
Item 2, grant approval to submit application and accept award for mediation and conflict resolution and alternate dispute resolution. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Court, may I be seated?
Yes, sure.
Sorry.
Please.
I'm here today to request from the Board of Commissioners permission to submit our 2025 fiscal year macro alternative dispute resolution grant. This is a grant that we've requested for every year since FY 2017. And it is one that we use to support a position for a full-time ADR practitioner, which is mostly mediation, as well as some training initiatives to support the mediation services that we provide through the court. This is a grant that fully funds the position. There's no additional cost to the counties, but it allows our ADR practitioner to provide day of court mediation as well as scheduled mediations for members of the community related to their court cases, mostly family law, though some other civil matters that come before him.
Motion to approve the submission of the application for the FY 2025 Macro Court ADR Grant application and accept the award.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, our next item is the public hearing, and do you want to describe what we need to do? And I guess the question would be, do we want to do public comment before their presentation or afterwards?
I might as well do the, I'm sorry, Tim.
Public hearing, so you start.
His question was, do you want to take the public comments before or after?
Let's go with.
On the phone?
What do you,
Okay, good morning. This is a public hearing to consider some amendments to Chapter 158 concerning the adult recreational use of cannabis. The purpose of today is to hear from the public as to the proposed ordinance amendments. The amendments were advertised in the Carroll County Times on February 22nd and the 29th. With us are Daphne Daly and Hannah Weber today from our Department of Planning, Bureau of Planning. They're going to give you a brief summary of the amendments.
And are you okay with public comment now?
oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. Chris, you have, I think, at least 2 callers?
That's correct. I'm going to call them one at a time. Callers, if you could use *6 to unmute, we'll call on you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak for public comment. After 3 minutes, please wrap it up. At that point, please, also at the beginning, please identify yourself and where you're calling from. Caller 4, please use *6 to unmute. Callers? *6 to unmute. Maybe we should start within the room.
That's the one call.
Commissioner, you want to?
Do you want to try the other one, or you want to?
Yeah, can either caller use *6 to unmute so we can listen to your public comment this morning? star 6. If you are having trouble, please call us back. We're having no luck getting the callers to unmute, Commissioner.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and do the people that are here, and once that's done, if you have anybody, we'll try again.
Try again. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the first card I have is Rick Glass. If you come to the microphone and make your comment.
Do I have to say my address as well? Or just my name?
Your name?
Sorry. My name is Rick Glass. I just wanted to speak a few of my personal points about cannabis and rezoning and potential changes that you folks are making in the future. I love Carroll County. I grew up in Carroll County. I'm a lifelong Carroll County resident. I think Carroll County is amazing, especially the amount of support that it shows for our veterans. I'm a little bit concerned as far as being very, very restrictive on future cannabis businesses on if that's going to support our veterans or not. I think there is a lot of information out there that is very highly debatable when it comes to cannabis, but the idea that cannabis is helping our veteran community is not debatable. I've been in the industry working for about the past 5 years now, and I've interacted with a lot of individuals that are getting a lot of benefit from cannabis. Me personally, next month will be 7 years without a drop of alcohol, and it'll also be 6 years without a drop of prescription medication as well. I think it's time we really, really open our eyes to what cannabis is and cannabis isn't. I think this can really, really benefit our community. I was having a hard time trying to find the amount of liquor stores as far as the list goes in Carroll County, but just doing a basic Google search, I've found that there are over 40 liquor stores in Carroll County. There's 2 dispensaries in Carroll County as of now, and they're talking about adding 3 more. So we are talking about potentially 5 dispensaries in total when you're talking about over 40 liquor stores. When you compare statistics when it comes to alcohol and cannabis, it's night and day as far as DUIs, as far as the impact on society, as far as the impact on health. Alcohol has no medicinal benefit whatsoever, and cannabis has a lot of medicinal benefits. I know there's a lot of disparity when people are saying, well, Rick, you use it for your medicine, but there are other people who are just trying to get high. I wanted to read a real quick quote from Steve D'Angelo from the Cannabis Manifesto. He said, "Today I believe there is no such thing as the recreational use of cannabis. The concept is equally embased by prohibitions and self-professed stoners, but it is self-limiting and profoundly unhealthy. Defining cannabis consumption as elective recreation ignores fundamental human biology and devalues the real benefit the plant can give us." Dennis Perrone, the man who opened the first cannabis dispensary in the United States, has been derided for saying that all marijuana use is medical. I would take it a point differently. The vast majority of cannabis use is for wellness purposes. The exception to the rule is misuse. Any psychoactive material can and will be problematic for some of the population, including cannabis. I think we need to keep fighting. I think we need to understand that cannabis is medicine, and I hope we can really, really open our eyes and see how this can really, really benefit our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Catherine Adelaide.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Adelaide. I'm a member of the Carroll County Republican Central Committee. I've previously read the RNC platform into the record, which basically says virtual legalization by a state does not make it lawful in that state because it is illegal under the federal law, and the Article 6 says the federal law is superior law. I am here to testify against including adult recreational use of cannabis as a permitted use in the Carroll County zoning ordinance until the federal law is changed, because you cannot regulate something that is already illegal. We would never dream of sitting here trying to regulate slavery if they passed a state law for slavery. Why? Because the 13th Amendment prohibits slavery. And under Article 6, the federal law supersedes the state law. We would never dream of regulating child sex trafficking. Why? Because it's already illegal. So the answer to this is very simple. You do not have to do anything the state is doing. You can simply say, I'm sorry, our hands are tied. Until you go and change the federal schedule, we cannot allow this in Carroll County as a permitted use. I'm surprised that there is any resistance by anybody to recreational pot in Carroll County. We have our hands full with medical pot. And I went to a youth event, because I have 3 grandchildren in Anne Arundel County, and an 18-year-old teenager said they're going into dispensaries and they're buying it there without being carded. Their friends are getting medical pot cards and giving it to teenagers for free. Anne Arundel County is awash with pot. It's everywhere. The more free-floating pot you've got floating around in a county, the more your youth are going to get into it. And I have a great concern for the youth. Also, as commissioners, you don't want to send a double message when our school systems are saying, don't do this, and then if our commissioners say, well, we're going to follow the state law, it sends a double message. Please take your time with this. There is still time. Please keep the record open for 10 days. For additional written testimony. I have many people who wanted to testify, but they're working today. Evil prevails when good men do nothing. You are good men. Now is the time to take a stand. You are standing at a precipice. This is a pivotal issue right now. Everything's easier to get into than out of. Oregon legalized recreational pot and all the Schedule I drugs. And I think the Schedule II drugs also, which includes fentanyl. They are in a disaster-free flying zone now where they are having to recriminalize all the things that they had uncriminalized. So make Carroll County the leader. I don't want to see the feds come in here at any time and file a federal indictment against this board for violating federal law. You don't act because it's not being enforced. You must act and do the right thing because it's the legal thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Annette Fleischel.
Good morning. My name is Annette Fleischel. I live at 1401 Fanny Dorsey in Sykesville. Before I start, I'd like to, a little aside to the commissioners. I will not speak about solar this morning, so please be relieved. However, I will speak to pot. I voted against the legalization of cannabis in Maryland. It is a very bad law, as my predecessor at the mic just said. Cannabis is an illegal Schedule I controlled substance. That means it has a very high potential for abuse. It's called a gateway drug, which means it leads to addiction, along with heroin, LSD, ecstasy. Then again, it opens the door to the Schedule II drugs, which are cocaine, crystal meth, and yes, fentanyl. So there we have the argument. Heavy cannabis users make up 10% of all drug-related emergency room visits in the United States. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans aged 12 and over used cannabis in 2021. Think of what they're doing today. And more than 16 million meet the criteria for a diagnosis of cannabis use disorder, which is marked by the cravings and the inability to quit despite personal and life problems. So this is according to a University of Maryland study. None of the statistics I'm mentioning are from the top of my head. A 2022 study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety found that after cannabis legalization, the rate of car accidents with injuries increased by 6%, and the rate of fatalities increased by 4%. In Carroll County, are we ready for those issues? You know, are our EMS people, are our EMS people trained in cannabis intoxication? I think you better be. You better be aware that this certainly is going to be a problem. Maybe not with 3 facilities, maybe not this because this just is an infant issue. It's going to grow. Unfortunately, the recommendations from the Carroll County Planning and Zoning only attempt to restrict the zoning requirements for placement. It does not address the myriad of questions and concerns that I have, and I'm sure many of the citizens of the county. Is 500 feet from my residence to a cannabis facility, a school, a child care center, a Boys and Girls Club, is it enough? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My driveway to reach the road is 700 feet. I could be practically to the cannabis when I get my mail. Is 1,000 feet enough from one facility to another facility? Again, absolutely not. That allows you to have a cannabis facility legitimately in every block, in every strip mall.
Please finish your thoughts.
Are we? Oh, okay, yes. I just want to thank the commissioners for listening to me. I hope I speak for the majority of the residents of Carroll County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Robin Fraser.
Good morning. First, I'd just like to say the answer to the question is that these words should be inserted into your zoning. Federally scheduled drugs are illegal. Therefore, manufacturing, distribution, buying, selling, use of cannabis is prohibited in all zones in Carroll County. In our ministry, we use colors to tell a story. I'm going to use colors today. The first color is yellow. Yellow is for yielding and cowardice. And I want to tell you, you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to yield to the state. When the state is pushing something that's harmful to the citizens of Carroll County, that's unconstitutional or illegal, you can push back. Red is the next color. It's for a big red Republican stop. Tell the state, no, we're not going to zone for something that's illegal. And have commissioners done this in the past, and have they been successful? Absolutely. I'll give you 3 examples. Number 1, rain tax. State said you have to impose a rain tax. County said, no, we're not going to do that. State said, we're going to fine you. County said, fine, we're not going to pay it. After a while, the fines went away. The state backed off. Planned Maryland wanted to downzone farming land without compensation. Carroll County said, downzoning without compensation is unconstitutional. We're not doing that to our folks. Big red stop sign, we're not doing that. The state backed off. Second Amendment rights, a bill was passed in the legislature. I think it was Senate Bill 281. We said, no, we're not going to infringe on the Second Amendment rights of our citizens. The county became a Second Amendment sanctuary county, and has been copied all over the nation for doing that. You can push back, and you can be successful in doing so. The third color is green. Green is go forward prayerfully with a plan. Here's what it might look like. First part of the plan, insert these words into your zoning. Second thing, you might want to become a drug-free sanctuary county. And instead of not enforcing a bad law, you enforce the law. And the third part of green is putting a little green in your legal fund to let everyone know you're serious, that you're going to fight for the citizens of Carroll County. And so I just want to wrap it up by saying that I'm just trying to encourage you to have courage and compassion and take a stand. The law is currently on your side, and the people will applaud you because you will be doing your best to stop the carnage that comes with legalizing recreational pot. I have a lot of information I'm going to send you, so I hope you keep the 10 days open so that you can see the backup for this information, both legally and in the ways that it will negatively affect everyone in Carroll County, except for the people making the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, do you have a caller maybe that you can't mute or something? Should we go ahead and do that?
Yeah, let's go ahead and have that caller speak up. Somehow,
Can you hear me?
Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Brent MacDonald. I'm an internist. I'm a fellow of the American College of Physicians, FACP. The Maryland chapter is in your region. We have physicians from Carroll County. I'm with Johns Hopkins. My opinion does not represent the opinion of Johns Hopkins. But as American College of Physicians, we have always said that marijuana has adverse mental health side effects. I'm just looking at the website for the American College of Pediatrics. reading straight from it, marijuana use detrimental to youth. Although increasing legalization of marijuana has contributed to the growing belief that marijuana is harmless, research documents the risk of its use by youth is grave. Marijuana is addicting, has adverse effects upon the adolescent brain, is a risk for both cardiorespiratory disease and testicular cancer, and is associated with both psychiatric illness and negative social outcomes. Evidence indicates limited legalization of marijuana has already raised rates of unintended marijuana exposure among young children and may increase adolescent use. Those who use medical marijuana at an earlier age of regular marijuana use and more marijuana abuse and dependent symptoms than those who did not use medical marijuana. So it's pretty straightforward. The previous caller, I think she or a previous a speaker that noted the report that was New England Journal of Medicine by Dr. David Gorlick at the University of Maryland. Okay, so it's published recently in December 2023 by Dr. David Gorlick. He goes over the cannabis use disorders. And marijuana is not a medicine, even though it's referred to as medical. We've gotten tricked by the state legislature, right? It's not FDA approved. There is no data on safety or toxicity. And if you look at some of the articles you'll find that are recent, you'll find that marijuana from these dispensaries is associated with an increase in potency. That increase in potency is associated with acute and chronic psychosis. We're talking about schizophrenia. I don't know how many more minutes I have left. Say it again. And again, marijuana is now associated with coronary disease and peripheral vascular disease. Didn't we just have a tobacco settlement in the last 20 years that was associated with something giving us coronary artery disease and peripheral vascular disease? So I would ask those that make the decisions on this legislation to look at the medical literature, and I can submit written testimony in the future. What, sweetie?
Thank you.
Say it again?
Chris, do you have another one?
I believe we do, Commissioner. If that caller could speak up, you'll have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself and begin now. Thank you.
Let's get a new system.
I don't know what to tell me.
Caller, you are unmuted. You'll have 3 minutes. Well, at least they're not ordering tacos right now, so maybe we can, do we have any more people in the room right now?
Yes. we do.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this person for now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is David Wallace.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for your service to the community. It's an honor to be with you today. Earlier, Commissioner Kyler was speaking about wrestling at South Carroll High School. I was a wrestler there, and we had one of the most terrific programs in the county. Westminster also did. My daughter also attended Westminster, and I remember Ted Daigle, Chris Daigle, and the entire Daigle family as they grew up, and they were terrific wrestlers. We're all talking about the Future Farmers of America. We're talking about the Boy Scouts. Well, the last thing we want to do is represent our county, and I'm speaking here as Dave Wallace. I'm running for U.S. Congress here in the 2nd Congressional District. The last thing we want to do is represent to our children that we are legalizing those things that are illegal on the federal level. In addition to that, we also do not want to represent to our children that this is a path for them to recreationally commit time to when they have so many other opportunities. And of course, we're talking about adults, but I remember when alcohol was not even legal for anyone under 21, and alcohol got into the hands of teenagers and those that were younger than 21. So I'm asking you, and I have an exhibit here, by the way, that I would like to present to all of you so you can read the impacts. But I would ask you all
to reject the premise that we can deliver marijuana without a prescription to the residents of Carroll County. When I was a kid, there was experimentation throughout my high school class, whether they were football players or wrestlers or just average kids who didn't have any tendency towards sports. And at the time, it was around 1.5% to 3%, and that was tops as the active ingredient of THC. Today, the lower number is 16% THC active level. I have 35 seconds left. I want to tell you, it's not a situation where we want our children to be introduced to a psychotic inducing drug like marijuana. And I really appreciate your time. I'm going to present this to Roberta Wyndham, if she would be the proper individual to present it to, so the rest of you can have this, and I will give you 7. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to address this issue today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have one person who's dropped off their comment, so we'll make sure you get copies of them all to read. And then we have another person who is, I'm told, is not here, but Ms. Adelaide would like to read her testimony if the board would allow. We've never done that before.
Yeah,
because there's time for.
Yeah, I think they
submitting.
were welcome to be here. They were welcome to call in. They're welcome to submit something in the next 10 days. Anybody else with a card? Chris, do you have anybody else?
Let's try again with this last caller. If they could use *6 to unmute, you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment. Caller 7, *6 will unmute you. *6. Okay, commissioners?
Oh, anyone there?
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, please identify yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
You sure can. Thanks for listening to me this morning. My name is Dean Horvath. I live at 1195 Bridgeport Court in Sykesville. I'm a 30-year resident of Carroll County. And commissioners, in the November 22 general election that placed you in office, 60% of Carroll County voters approved the ballot question on the adult use of cannabis. Now, GOP candidates in Carroll may be used to running without significant opposition, but in any other election, 60% is more than sufficient. It's an unquestionable mandate. Your personal opinions and those of the Sherrills members of the Carroll Republican Central Committee notwithstanding, a Maryland law is settled on the use of cannabis. It's legal for medical use since 2017 and for adult use since last summer. My personal observations, and especially since July, show no signs that the county has plunged into deeper madness yet. On the medical front, the commissioner's collective comments to date mostly demonstrate a lack of familiarity with conditions that cannabis can provide relief for. I would strongly encourage you to learn more about this. You might be surprised at the number of your friends, family, colleagues, and neighbors who have benefited from such relief. This includes relief of various PTSD symptoms, chronic pain, and the side effects of chemotherapy and other debilitating medications and ailments. For the commissioners who are veterans, I invite you to become more familiar with how cannabis is used as part of treatment for an array of service-connected conditions, including visible and invisible injuries and conditions acquired in combat. Abundant resources are available that can increase your awareness of medical applications if you're unconvinced. Raising your collective consciousness about medical use of cannabis should be an easy win, but the recurring comments from commissioners on citizen access to adult use cannabis are worrisome. Mr. Guerin last summer on June 15th and Mr. Kyler on July 13th outrightly dismissed the will of the county voters that reflected in the 20% margin of approval for ballot question 2 in November 22. Mr. Guerin was apparently happy to suggest that the commissioners can create a situation that forces Carroll residents to travel out of the country to purchase a legal product, and Mr. Kyler echoed this on July 13th, specifically stating that he was unconcerned with the overwhelming voice of the voters. The desire to send responsible Carroll County citizens to other counties to purchase legal products is a baffling betrayal of those who voted for this referendum. Imagine if one or more commissioners were a teetotaler and objected to others who wanted to conveniently purchase alcohol. Would you suggest to the responsible drinkers that they travel someplace else for their beverages? I can buy alcoholic beverages in a lot of places in the county. We have decades of incontrovertible evidence to damage from drinking long after Prohibition ended. And just as with alcohol, whether you desire to use cannabis or not, the law now allows others to accept their own risk in this matter and provides oversight for those engaged in responsible use. We celebrate with an annual wine festival. We applaud the economic impact of breweries, vineyards, and distilleries, and we carefully regulate the risk of alcohol, even though it has no medical benefits.
Please finish your thoughts.
Change for a minute. Okay, so you've heard my thoughts. Please do yourself a favor, educate yourself, and respect the will of the voters on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris, anyone else?
That's all I have, sir.
No more cards in here? It's your guy's turn.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I'm joined by Hannah Weber from our Bureau of Comprehensive Planning. She's going to run through a presentation outlining the specific changes to Chapter 158, which is our zoning ordinance, that are the subject of this public hearing. I'm just going to briefly refresh your memories on how we got here. You referred this issue to the Planning Commission back in April of last year. They took it up in July and October and forwarded their recommendations for changes to Chapter 158. And in January, you approved the issue to go to public hearing, which is where we are now. Hannah's going to go through the specific changes that are being considered, and we'll take any questions that you have about it after that.
Thanks, Stephanie. So to start out, I'm going to go into what the Planning Commission recommended to you all on the next slide. And this was the language that was referred to public hearing by you all. So in the Planning Commission's recommendation, they recommended to replace the definitions related to medical cannabis with definitions for adult use cannabis. They recommended to increase the distance requirements from 400 feet to 500 feet and add language to make this 500-foot distance requirement applicable to schools, daycare facilities, playgrounds, libraries, and rec centers. They also recommended to add in a distance requirement that a cannabis facility may not be within 1,000 feet of another cannabis facility. Cannabis products are not permitted to be sold in conjunction with a temporary zoning certificate, and then on-site consumption of cannabis is prohibited in the county.
One question. What is the best way to move forward, depending on what happens with a bill in Annapolis? Do we want to, because I think the general consensus is to stay at the maximum allowable amount. Can we just say the maximum allowable amount, or we need to wait till the bill's through and increase our distances?
I believe the bill that you're referring to is taking effect on June 1st. I would say instead of going through this whole process again, we could wait until it is effective instead of adopting this and then having to go back and change some things later and just start the process over again. But I would leave that up to you all.
If it's passed, and that would be sooner, we could probably go ahead. We shouldn't have to wait till it's effective if it's passed, correct?
We could make it. You'll know what it is, and you can decide at that time whether it makes sense to just say whatever the distance is pursuant to state law, or put in specific distance.
And the zoning guidelines that was provided, I think, from the state was not to be more restrictive, like not to constrain it, so it's not available to put a dispensary in a jurisdiction. Is that correct? And that's why, and then they allocated X amount of dispensaries, and Carroll County's got 5 or whatever it may be, but.
I believe we have 2 licenses that are going to be allocated to us.
Okay.
And from the webinar that.
Yes,
right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The legislation that is being discussed right now is for 500 feet. There are amendments to increase that to 1,000 feet.
Right.
So we could obviously make our zoning code consistent with what's passed, if that's what you all would want to do.
Thank you.
And then just on the next slide, the Planning Commission was also recommending to amend our use tables to be consistent with adult use cannabis, basically just removing the words medical from the use table and just having it as a cannabis dispensary. So we would have, currently what we have for medical is what we are recommending to be for adult use, so it would be permitted in the C1 and C2 districts. If it was in conjunction with a processing or growing facility, it would be permitted in the I1 and I2. The on-site consumption would be prohibited in all of the zoning districts, and then we would also have to amend the residential, agriculture, and conservation use tables to remove the word medical. But that was just the conclusion of the recommendation to you all.
Next steps? Slide?
On the next slide,
We're one behind.
yeah. So on the next slide, it would be up to you all whether to leave the record open for 10 days, and then we move on from there, whether to adopt any changes.
Okay.
I'm certainly going to suggest that we do leave the record open for 10 days. A number of people who have spoken have indicated their desire and willingness to submit additional information, and I think that's only going to be able to help us.
Is that a motion?
Agreed.
I'll make a motion to conclude the public hearing and keep the record open for 10 calendar days.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I want to thank the public comments. We listened, and we have some tough decisions to make, but thank you for spending your time to do it, and I encourage you, you have 10 more days. Any other discussion?
I think the only question I have is the intent to put it back on the calendar for our open discussion amongst us, and at that time, if prepared, make a decision? Is that to be done in the next 2 weeks, or what, you know,
One
because
thing
this is an obvious emotional issue.
Well, certainly we'll come back, it will be on the agenda, and 2 weeks would be the earliest.
I think we need to wait for the state bill.
Yeah,
To
that's what I
see
was-
where that goes. And you're right, it's contentious, and we don't want to delay it, but I think for us to sit here and predict when they're going to pass that bill would be foolish. But I think, do you guys agree we need to wait and see what that is? Because I think we want to do the maximum allowable, and we don't know what that is yet.
So, again, I don't disagree, but there is a however. And the however is, that is an assumption being made to adhere to what the bills or the laws are going to be put in place regarding the zoning of the legalized use of recreational cannabis. Okay, I mean, because that's, it's a mouthful, but again, there's, this, discussion of not making this legalized recreational cannabis, but the way you just described it, we're skipping that part of it and saying we will adhere to.
No.
No, I'm not saying skip that part.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we'd be foolish to discuss any of it till we see what the state does.
Yeah.
No, I'm, like I said, I appreciate what we heard, and if 3 of the 5 commissioners want to outlaw it in Carroll County, we have that right to try, maybe.
Well, I think that's I think you asked a fair question. And I think that really is what it boils down to. I mean, because we're either going to amend what the state did or didn't do, or we're going to prohibit it within our county ordinance, and it's still going to be available within, the municipalities can still have the ability to do what they'd like to do. But I think that's really what it boils down to. So regardless of what the state does, I think we're looking at one of those 2 options. Waiting, I don't know, legally, if that means anything. I don't like the idea of waiting for the Maryland General Assembly to do anything, because then it can't do anything right anyway. But, is there something there that I'm missing?
No, you can take this up in 6 months if you want. There's no deadline there.
That's a good
Or
point
in
as
2
well.
weeks. We could do
Yes.
whatever.
One question, though, to that point. When we first brought this up, I don't know, a month or so ago, obviously you have those early licenses that they were processing. And of course, the concern was if we don't have planning and zoning properly in place, there does potentially leave the opening for them to be put wherever. And if I remember correctly, I think it could have been commercial within some boundaries we weren't exactly comfortable with at that time.
Yeah, any other commercial use, candy stores, department stores, anything like that, anywhere, it would be treated as any other commercial use.
So I, agreeing with two of my colleagues up here, I think that, you know, Commissioner Guerin makes a valid point. I think Commissioner Rothstein does as well. And I don't think it would be ideal for us to wait, and I understand where Commissioner Kyler's coming from. I just don't think it'd be ideal for us to wait if that would potentially leave that door open on the zoning side of it, regardless of whatever the decision this board makes. I think we probably would be best to have that conversation sooner than later between the five of us and kind of move forward.
And my only comment would be, we have to wait 2 weeks because we're leaving the public
Oh,
comment.
no, I'm aware of that.
The session closes down there in 1 month. So we're talking about a 2-week difference, and it's possible in 2 weeks they may pass or not pass these bills. So I don't think we're talking 6 months. But again, I think, yeah, we need to discuss when we want it on the agenda. Do you want to make that part of the motion? Or do you want to do a separate motion today saying when it's going to be on, or we just want to wait and get it on the agenda?
I'd rather second the motion to move the board to conclude the public hearing, keep the record on for 10 days, and have that discussion perhaps later.
Okay.
That's my preference.
Any more discussion on the motion and the second we have then? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you. Item 4, discussion of nonprofit program, human services programs of Carroll County.
I was hoping as everyone was leaving, he was maybe waiting to try to come in. Yeah, okay.
And do you have
There we
those
go.
from Mr. Wallace?
Uh-huh.
That's one, I want to make sure we get those. She's got them.
Want them now?
Yeah, but afterwards, I can wait. I just want to make sure we get them, that's all.
I'll say, of course.
I know, you got a lot going on over there, so you got papers flying everywhere.
Good morning.
Morning.
We were too quick. We
Morning,
rushed you.
everybody.
Yeah. You ready for a decision?
That's never happened before.
Well, thank you for having us. I'm Scott Yardy, Executive Director for Human Service Programs of Carroll County Incorporated, also known as HSP. Beside me is Jenny Grable, who's our Senior Program Director that oversees a lot of the services that the county specifically funds and supports. Tom Welliver, our Deputy Executive Director, is with us, and then Robin Bridges is our Director of Home Energy Services. So this is collectively some of our leadership team. So a little bit about HSP. We're the Community Action Agency for Carroll County. So what that means is we are one of about 1,000 federally designated agencies that are charged with fighting poverty. So the cool thing about community action is it started essentially in 1964 with the Economic Opportunity Act, but it was Sergeant Shriver, as if some of you may know, that's from I forget. Shriver Homestead. And you know, he was one of the ones that was tasked with starting community action. So it's a fun little fact that it has a lot of roots in Carroll County. Our mission is to give hope, inspire change, and provide opportunity by mobilizing our community in the fight against poverty. We do that by helping roughly 7,000 people each year, men, women, children. We do that in specifically 3 different programs. We have our shelter housing and economic mobility, our home energy, and our family center. So what we value is low barrier programming. We believe that it should be easy to get help. So we try to get rid of a lot of red tape. And we believe that we should help the most in need first. We believe in participant-directed services, solid case management, advocacy, and accountability. We believe in a lot of data. We want to make sure that the funds we're using, we have the data to show that it works. If it does work, keep doing it. If the data shows it's not working, maybe it's time to do something else. We believe in accessible services to everybody. We like to do what's called an integrated service model. So in a lot of ways, you hear the term silos, things like that. We like to serve individuals as a agency and not a program. So ideally, if you're in shelter, you're also in our financial education program, you're also in our employment program, you might be getting services from our housing program, and we realize that the more you wrap around an individual, the better, more successful they're going to be. Another thing we really take pride and value is staying in our own lane. So there's a lot of great nonprofits in Carroll County, and the last thing we want to do as an agency is duplicate services. There's limited resources going around, so we know what we do, and we have our niche, and we try to stay away from things that other strong agencies are doing as well, because we don't want to duplicate, we don't want to spend money that doesn't need to be spent, so we really take pride in staying in our lane and doing what we do best. How can you reach services? You can just call us, but you can either call us or you can just walk in. So again, we believe in making it very simple and easy. The pandemic taught us a lot about how you can make things really simple if you let them be simple and just help people. So we spent a lot of time over the years getting rid of red tape. Of course, we want to make sure people are eligible, they meet the requirements. But again, how do we get them to there to where we can get them on their own feet? We also have, for anyone that's homeless, we have our night-by-night, year-round shelter where if you missed us during the day, you couldn't come in during the day, if you're homeless at 7 o'clock, you can just walk in the door. And you can get a shower, you can get fed, and you can get some case management services. So we do a lot of what's called prevention and diversion. The last thing we want to do is put someone in a homeless shelter. It's not good for anybody. But we do a lot of diversion, so sometimes an individual will come to us and will say, I need help, I think I'm going to be homeless, I think I'm going to get evicted, and then we figure out what's going on. Because we'd rather divert them into the most cost-efficient service, the most bang for your buck service, so that we can get them out of crisis and onto their way to independence. So we're always looking to divert them out of crisis as soon as possible. How do we do that? We do that with helping individuals with what the need is right away. Sometimes individuals will come to us and say, hey, I'm about to get evicted, and I'm about to be homeless. What we'll first do is say, okay, let's talk with your landlord. Maybe we can figure out how much you owe your landlord, and then we can try to get supports and services and funds from various different churches and groups to avoid the eviction. There could be that the eviction's too high, and we say, okay, that's not going to work out. Maybe we can help you get moved into another unit. Maybe we can help you with a security deposit. So we work with individuals, try to figure out how to get them on and away and doing what they need to do. And while they're doing that, then we say, okay, why are you in this situation? We know that you're about to get evicted. Is it an employment thing? Okay, we can get you hooked up with one of our employment programs. Is it because you can't manage your money? Okay, we can get you hooked up with financial education services. So we're always going to look for how do we divert an individual into a lower level service to save room for the maximum level services that really have the most expense. And the cool thing is if you can't get to us, if you don't have a phone or you can't get to us in Westminster, we do a ton of street outreach. We'll come to you. Now, we're very proud that we built a system along with Carroll County Government and Citizen Services to where no one in Carroll County has to sleep in the woods unless they want to. We have enough resources and beds and year-round shelters to where we can accommodate what the needs is for the homeless. But some individuals do still choose to live out in the woods. They're not ready to get, to move on with their life. They're not ready to be successful yet. So we have a dedicated staff will go out into the woods and try to bring them into services, because it's not good for anyone to sleep in the woods. So we do a lot of street outreach. We do that in all parts of the county. We do a lot of outreach with community groups and civic groups so they know who we are. So when they see someone that's having an issue, they can tell us where they are, then we can go to them. Oftentimes, we'll work very closely with police in various different areas, and they'll call us and say, hey, there's an individual. So instead of the police going there and just saying, what are you doing? They'll call us, and then we'll go with the police and meet with the individual and say, why are you here? What can we do to get you into services and work together?
Last year, myself and a number of my friends up here participated in the point-in-time homelessness count. And it is interesting because, you meet a lot of these people, and a lot of them really are some of them are in that situation because they want to be living in the woods, not paying bills or whatever the case is. My question for you is, how often does that point-in-time count occur, and when is there going to be another one?
So I'm going to let my expert in point in time answer that question.
The point in time count happens every year. Typically, every other year is when we count unsheltered population. So this year we counted the individuals that were in our shelters, engaged in those structured services. So next year, so every other year, so mark your calendars, it's January, usually the last week of January. We think that everyone should go out at least once to see what it looks like, to see what it feels like. So it'll be next year, January.
We just do what Celine tells us to do, so, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Thank
we
you.
do too.
Oh, call it like it is.
Yeah, we do that as well.
And that's okay. We're partners. So, say someone needs help, say someone can't get to us or they can get to us and they need homeless services. Then what happens is people go through what's called our coordinated entry services. Last year we did coordinated entry assessments for 535 individuals. These are individuals that at that time were homeless. They either met the definition of federal homelessness. There's two areas of what you are homeless. Either you are homeless or you're about to be homeless in a very short period of time. So we've deemed them that they're eligible for services, they meet the financial criteria services, and now they get what gets put on eligibility lists. So we have roughly 100 different shelter beds, and we have some other services that I'm going to break into at a pretty high level of what services that we offer here in Carroll County. So we essentially have 4 levels. We have our adult-only shelter, which is over on Stoner Avenue. We have our family shelter, which is over at Distillery Drive. We have our rapid rehousing program, which is a housing program for individuals that are literally homeless, and it's kind of a transitional program. And then we have our permanent supportive housing program, which is for chronically homeless adults with disabilities. So our night-by-night shelter is part of our adult-only shelter. Last year, 237 individuals used that service. It's year-round. It's from 7 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the morning. You can come in, take a shower, get a meal, get some basic resources. Our goal is there to try to get you case management, to get you linked into one of our other services. But you can just come in. You're homeless. You can come have a place to sleep. But we hope that that's going to start you on a path to success. We, of course, have our adult-only shelter, which is right next door, the same building as a night-by-night only shelter. We served 77 individuals last year. Again, this is for individuals that are 18 or over. They're 30% or below of the median income of Carroll County, and that is 24/7 supports. They have a bed, they have an assigned case manager, and our goal was to try to get them housing. We have a simple philosophy at our shelters. It's called, where are your keys? Get your keys to success. We want individuals to get out of our shelters. We want homelessness to be short, brief, and rare. So our goal and what we talk with individuals every day is how are you going to get your keys to your own place. We also have a family shelter which worked with 72 men, women, and children. That follows the same criteria as I mentioned below as far as income and needing the definition of homelessness, but it's for intact families. We also have which is called rapid rehousing. So when an individual is homeless and they're in Carroll County, when they go through coordinated entry, they go through a screening tool which assesses how they are. Are they in crisis? Do they have medical issues? Are there substance abuse issues? What's going on? Is there legal issues? And when we look at services, the federal government says that you're supposed to apply your funds to the individuals that are in the highest amount of need. So for some individuals, or a family or an individual, they may not enter into a shelter right away. They might enter right into what's called rapid rehousing. And we have funds that can help roughly 25 to 30 families each year, and it's transitional. The lease is in their name, and what they're going to do is we're going to work with them with a case manager, find them an apartment, get them a lease, and our goal is that we're going to work with them for about 6 to 9 months. Because once they get in, we're going to say, okay, you're going to have to take over this rent. We're going to get you a job. We're going to have to get you hooked up with workforce development. We're going to have to get you hooked up with financial education. We're going to have to get you connected with energy assistance. So the goal is to transition from being in a supported program to them being on your own. It may be that they receive HUD. We work very closely with Citizen Services and the Housing Authority, and we have 20 designated vouchers that are just for HSP participants to try to move individuals off of these services and make room for the next individual that's on the streets. We also have what's called permanent supportive housing. We have 31 units that are in our name. These individuals are chronically homeless and they're disabled. So it's leases and apartments that are in HSP's name, and we work with those individuals to keep them housed. They're typically going to be in the program for 1 to 2 years and then hopefully transition into a HUD voucher. But these are individuals that aren't going to be gainfully employed because they are disabled. So those is a summary of all the great things that the county, through one way or another, we benefit through grant funding. I'm going to touch on a couple other services that the county doesn't necessarily support directly with funding or grants, but your in-kind donations of our facilities allow us to do these other programs, because the federal grants for some of these direct programs don't really think about rent and overhead and things like that. So the in-kind services we get through the county is tremendously beneficial to us to operate other programs. So we have our Opportunity Works program. Opportunity Works partners very heavily with workforce development. This is what you would consider maybe the pre-Burke individuals. An individual with limited barriers to employment just needs a job. They can walk right into Burke. They can work with Burke's employees. They can, get a resume. They can figure out what they want to do some testing, and then get a job. The individuals we work have a lot of barriers before they can get to that point. So we work very closely and partner with workforce development to get them to where they can actually go into that service. And we partner with them on a routine basis. It's a great partnership we have with them. We worked with 129 individuals last year. The cool thing is about 50% of those individuals were shelter participants, because again, we're trying to get individuals in shelter jobs and get them into their own apartment. And we do case management. We get them connected with expungement, things like that, to where they can be gainfully employed. We also do financial coaching. We supported 237 individuals through financial education. We want to teach individuals how to understand what their credit is, to understand how to balance a checkbook. Poverty is generational. If you grew up and you never saw your parents manage a checkbook or pay their bills and do things like that, there's a chance you didn't really learn that life lesson. So for a lot of individuals, we may work with children. We do workshops in the schools and things like that, but we also work with a lot of adults that have just never experienced what it means to balance a checkbook, what it means to work with the resources you have. We do a ton of workshops and individual coaching for that. We also do free tax preparation. We processed 740 free tax returns last year. Now, for a lot of individuals that are low income, they may choose not to get their taxes done, either because it's daunting, they're afraid they're going to do it wrong, or they don't have the funds to do it. So we do it for free with volunteers, which brings $1 million to $2 million in local funds back into the community. So it's one of those very, very cheap programs that does a lot for the community at large, specifically small business owners, landlords, and things like that. We also have a family support center. Last year, we logged 3,577 participation visits in our family center. This is what's called a two-generational program, where the parents are there, like learning how to cook. They may be getting their GED. They might be learning how to speak English, while their child is down the hall doing various developmental things to make sure they're on the right path to be ready for school. It's a very cool program. Also, one of the things we do is home energy. Last year, we assisted 2,400 households, over 4,000 residents, to keep their lights on and to keep their heating on. It's a very important program, because there's a lot of individuals that when you cannot pay your rent, your lights go off and your your unit gets condemned. It's not good for the landlord, it's not good for the person living there, and it's bad for the community as a whole. So this allows low-income individuals to stay in their apartments and then, essentially not freeze to death. That's why it's an important program. So I kind of blitzed through that.
Yes, thank you. And even with Commissioner Vigliotti's interruption, you were 15 minutes, so thank you. You talked very quickly.
I do have one more question,
Well, their time, but now we have questions. If that's on us.
So of all the individuals that you help, especially with respect to homelessness or tenuous living situations, how many of them are young people and how many of them are elderly?
So we keep statistics on everyone we work with. I would probably say that of the 7,000 individuals we work with, around 1,200 of those fit into that senior age group. And then when you're looking at youth from 21 and below, we're probably looking at 20 to 25%. I give you a specific number, but the majority of individuals we work with are going to be within that 24 to 64 age.
Have you noticed any variation or changes in the trends over time based on things like the market or the economy?
We have noticed an increase, especially in the homeless population, of elderly individuals, 65 and above. We have noticed a very, not only anecdotal, but data-wise as well. And we're trying to figure out what that is. Usually it takes a trend of a year or two to figure out what the data is doing, and then trying to figure out the causation of it. So we are 100% noticing a trend in that.
Yep. Thank you.
I appreciate. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Appreciate you coming out today and obviously giving us an overview. I did want to ask your opinion on something, if I might. It's something I've kind of noticed for some time in the county as a whole, and obviously different areas in our state kind of handle things a little differently. Was curious what your thoughts were, and obviously some of this falls under municipalities and such. When you have parties that are evicted, a lot of times you'll drive around and you'll see their items put out on the street, which I think kind of falls into a variety of areas. I mean, one, if you're the individual or the family, I feel for them because their items are treated, just to be blunt, like trash, which obviously it's their possessions and their items. But then two, I also kind of look at it and I kind of ask the question, is there a health and safety issue with those items sitting out on the street corner? Also, potential theft and all these other issues. Was just kind of curious what your, 2-second thought or, thought was in general, because to me it kind of runs into a variety of areas, be it compassion for the individuals we're trying to assist, but then also, what does that do to the community? Because obviously if you're driving around and you're seeing items left out in the public, it's not really ideal for the community as well.
So it'll take me more than 2 seconds.
That's fine.
But if you ever want to find purpose in your day, sometimes when, because, HSP is a business, and we're dealing with payroll issues. We have 60-some employees. Tom, we're crunching numbers. Whenever you need to remember what you're doing and purpose, you can go up to the second floor distillery and look out and watch the kids in the shelter get on the school bus. Mm-hmm. And that's trauma that gets put on these kids that might probably last them a lifetime. And so does what you're talking about. Is you're a child, and I know that, last night my 6-year-old lost a little thing of slime. And I dug through the trash, and I was really upset, and, my other child was mad at her because it was her slime. And, but imagine a child in that same situation loses their favorite stuffed animal, right? And that child, they lost their greenie or their blankie because, it got thrown out in and the trash got swept away. So that's what we try to avoid. And that's why we partner and rely so heavily on other churches to say, let's avoid this eviction, because we don't want to get there. We work really close with landlords to say, look, and we do a lot of mediation. So sometimes our staff reach out to landlords and say, look, we can come up with $1,000 between St. John's Church and NESAP, some specific county money that's included in our allocation, which is called local emergency assistance. What if we give you $1,000? Can you let the person do a payment plan? Mm-hmm. Because the landlord doesn't want to do that either. Because most landlords, they don't want to break their back to empty that stuff out, and then they feel bad, but it's a business decision. So our job is to avoid that exact situation, because we want the child that's oftentimes really the victim in these types of services and interactions, we want them to not have to experience that, because poverty is generational. If you can break the cycle with the children, you can, we can have a strong community. So our goal is always to prevent things exactly like that because of the children.
No, I appreciate that. it's something that's been on my mind at various times, and I just wanted to kind of bring that up this morning. So I do appreciate everything you're doing in the community.
We have a great team. Like I said, we have 60-some employees, and they're all rock stars, and, and we can only do it with resources from you.
Thank you.
You described that scenario really well, and I appreciate it. You maintain, I would expect, a lot of stats and statistics, so when you're hitting success. You have statistics on crime, drug use, suicides,
We do.
anything.
We keep
of that
track of
nature.
recidivism.
Yeah.
We keep track with individuals
Yeah.
that when they get employed, that we know if they were maintained their employment for a certain point, or they recidivated within a year or so.
Right.
Yeah, we have to because of some of the funding we get, but we also do it because we can't just do things because we think it makes sense.
That's right. So with that said, and I appreciate it, it doesn't have to go into such depth, but to ensure you are doing trends analysis, to ensure you're getting the appropriate funding, and you can say these are the type of funds you're asking for. Is that a correct statement?
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Anybody else?
It's good seeing you and your team again, and appreciate what you do. I enjoyed being meeting with you and your staff a few months back. Maybe it was longer than that ago, but thank you.
And there's 4 of you here. What do you each do?
So I'm the complaint department. So I'm the executive director, so I proudly lead HSP. Tom, you want to share
Sure.
your role?
I'm Deputy Executive Director, but my primary responsibility is to the fiscal policy, grant management, making sure we're in compliance, and then I get involved with some of the operations. And the fundraising, we have a separate fundraising group that I work closely with that pays for some of the programs that we think are important that we just can't find funding right away for.
As the Senior Program Director, I oversee our shelters, our housing programs, Opportunity Works, financial ed, tax preparation.
As the OHEP director, as the Energy Assistant Director, I'm in charge of the OHEP program, which administers the home energy, which is OHEP applications, and administering the grants.
Okay.
How large is your board of directors?
We have a board of directors of currently 12.
Okay. And you maintain it at 12, or?
So we're actually working very closely with the state of Maryland to get away from a board limit, because we have to, we have to go what's called under a tripartite board. So we have to have 1/3 board, which is elected officials. We have to have 1/3 of individuals in the community at large, and then 1/3 which are individuals that represent or are the low-income community.
And that is from your bylaws allowing you to get the
Exactly right.
funding from state?
Exactly, yeah, you know, we have our board meets monthly. Actually, Celine Steckel's ex officio on our board because we have such a close relationship with the county. But we also meet monthly with our board of directors to go over finances, program highlights, things like that. But then also we have exec and finance committees, fundraising committees, governance committees.
Have you heard of the nonprofit Partners in Care? They're in Anne Arundel County and also in Frederick County.
To be honest, I'm not familiar with
That's okay. They focus on elderly support. It's a very interesting barter system approach. I was on that board for years, and yeah, I mean, and you know this. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. The board, as long as they're active, it's amazing the success that can be done. Those that are potted plants just to say I'm on a board is very difficult. So.
You're exactly right, and we have a great board president. We have a great board members that are very committed. You know, it's a thankless job, as you know. It's a volunteer job, but we are lucky to blessed to have great board members.
Fantastic.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
God bless.
Have a great day.
Item 5, another discussion of nonprofit, Carroll County Youth Service Bureau.
Oh my gosh. That's a hard act to follow, isn't it? I think I have something for you, sir. Enjoy that.
Oh, man. It's very handsome group.
Oh, Didn't bring enough for the entire class.
That's right. I've heard that before, but I saw something different here this morning, so, point of order, though. Steamboat Willie, the original Mickey Mouse, looked a lot like
Yes,
that, so
yes.
Not sure about that.
And probably a sign of fathers in my family, my father had an original Mickey Mouse watch, and he was almost anal on keeping the boxes, keeping things, and we never could find it. So.
Well, we know mice are pretty good at hiding. I do have to say this, which is, when I came to Carroll County, I'd been doing some work all over the country and in Canada, looking at programs that are pretty similar. And I was very mystified by what I was seeing. So I have to crack this code. What is going on here? And I found a couple things. One was the mission statement has something in it I have never seen before. And I've looked at probably 400 or 500 different organizations. It has the word joy in it twice. And I was really shocked to hear that. It was bringing joy to the clients and bringing joy to each other. Because how can you give joy if you're not bringing joy with each other? Well, there's something very weird about that, because the research on hardiness is that's the #1 trait in humans to get through a difficult time. And there is actually something we can do about hardiness. There is joy in us somewhere. Let's all try to find it. And something else I found out, something about the meeting yesterday that was long discussion about a name, but this is an important aspect, and I found this with other community work I've seen by commissioners as well, which is I wasn't a big fan of going to Sunday school when I was a little kid. Not that I didn't enjoy it, but it was a lot of time. It was 3 days a week. I mean, my folks were tough on that. But later on, I started to appreciate something, and that was this. There's a story out there that there was this guy named Noah, and God says to him, I'm going to create this flood and destroy the planet. And Noah says, okay, how big should I build the boat? So that was kind of a test, in a way, is what I heard about this story. 5 generations later, his great-great-great-great-great-grandson was Abraham. God says to Abraham, I'm going to destroy one city, Sodom and Gomorrah. Didn't turn out too well for them. Abraham says to God in this pretty well-known book, can I see if I can find 10 good people, 9 good people?
10 just men.
10 just men. Very good. A plus there.
It's the hair.
And I'm telling you. Like, so Abraham goes, he comes back a couple days later, says, what if I find 5 or 7 good people? God says, go for it. The point is, doesn't turn out too well for Sodom and Gomorrah, but for Abraham it turns out well. And it seems to be the point of the story was you were willing to discuss something very difficult, to have a conflict with God. I told Noah to go, I'm destroying the world, and he goes, okay. Good man, he did what he was told to do, but Abraham was willing to have this discussion. What I really appreciate, what I saw today, when I keep seeing in the community over and over is people are willing to enter into some conflict, and we have some experience of that right here in this room, and some nice things can come out of it. So Abraham is considered by Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and I figured this out after seeing this movie this past week, Rastafarians, apparently, as the first.
Is that a good movie?
It was not bad.
I'm looking forward to it.
It focused on one aspect of it, but just seeing the movie, just seeing the music
I'm looking
was
forward
good.
to it.
It was okay.
His focus is on his later life,
Yeah,
I
the
think, is
later
what
part.
and a lot of people have said they want it more on his beginnings. And
I did too. I was mystified for that. But anyway, it was very interesting. It took that one political moment in the country, which was kind of nice. In any case, I just appreciate that folks are willing to enter into this discourse. And so I've started to crack the code on this whole neighborliness thing. Like, it doesn't mean that we're always nice all the time. It does mean that we're willing to at least enter into a disagreement with open arms and open eyes, and I just really appreciate that. So these are some things you all have known about us for quite a long time. I know we've been involved. Many of you have been to the building and whatnot and done lots of stuff with this. I want to tell you a couple things you might not know. One is about Joy, of course. The other is about some of the other services that we're doing with adults. You hear a lot about what we're doing with kids, and there's a lot of really neat stuff we're doing with kids. Folks that were at our building recently got to see a two-way mirror that we have in one of our rooms. So we're actually doing stuff with young families, and these are young families that are like, I just don't know how to raise a kid. I wasn't raised real well, and I don't know anything about it. Not the first thing. They're in a room with a two-way mirror, they're wearing an earbud, and a therapist is on the other side coaching them just how to interact and play with their kid. I mean, you would look at this and say, oh my gosh, what's going on? What we're doing is, just as our CAC folks are doing our action committee, we're stopping a cycle here of people that just don't sometimes know what to do, and we're going to give them something. This is a gift that you all have given us, that we've used well, that we've leveraged other funding. And just as an example of that, when we're asked to do something in the community, we take that seriously. A lot of the youth service bureaus went out of business across the state. Carroll County was one of the 3 very strong ones, and it continued to respond to the community, talk to commissioners and other leaders, what's going on, how can we help? We've grown since that time. A lot of these organizations are just still mom and pop shops. But when we've stepped up, the building, of course, eventually became an issue. A 14-year-old building is not a very old building, but we continue to expand, and we appreciate what you did back in your school days, too. So we're getting that taken care of. And yes, now we know the 4-letter word in the county is stormwater management. We've heard that. So we're taking all that seriously. But just as an example, the state has pledged $2 million towards this project. The Keller Foundation has pledged almost about $700,000 to it. We have a state bond. We're about to go, and the feds are begging us to say, this is a good project, this is what we like to see, the partnership, we're gonna do this. We need about 10,000. We're about 40% of the way there. So over the next 18 months, we're gonna be in there pushing for doing this. So I've heard the story that it's easier to raise $4 million than $100,000, and I'm trying to believe in that. So with our very talented team, we're gonna get there. In fact, we had an analysis saying people in the community know what you do, they love what you do, and all you have to do is go out there and ask. It's been a very generous county, and we just feel so blessed by everything that's been, the opportunities we've been given over the years. So the remaining time I have, I just want to be here to answer questions that you may have about us.
You're, well, first and foremost, thank you for everything you do, you collectively as a team at the Bureau, and collectively as a part of a greater system of systems to taking care of our kids in the community. Do you have a relationship with Kenny Krieger? And the reason is that two-way mirror or window, I worked with Kenny Krieger a while back, and we used the same tools that you're talking about to really focus on the success of the guardian or parent and the child, especially with eating disorders.
Sure.
But, so is that something you guys, I mean, because Kenny Krieger's always looking for additional partners as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah. No, this is a sophisticated question, so I'm going to take it just a little deeper than that. You're asking about something that's known as an evidence-based practice. And so we do these kinds of things, and it's a little gutsy to do this because when we get accredited and licensed, if we just say, yeah, we do therapy and we try to be nice to people, we get graded a little easier. If you say you do an evidence-based
Right.
practice, you have to prove that you do it. So Kennedy Krieger actually is in our study group. We're
Okay.
participating in a very similar evidence-based practice.
Yep. No, and then with autism, we stood up an autistic center. Now I apologize. Not we. A center was stood up in the southern part of the county on 26. I can't remember the name of it.
Legacy. Isn't it
No,
like
no,
a-
no, no, no. That's dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
This is childhood autism, and
Know it.
it's near Nels Acres is
Yeah.
where it is,
Yeah,
and and Mr. Killer's also given money towards that as well. He gives money towards everything we do. He's just an amazing individual. I just don't know if you have a relationship with them or not, or with all the work that we're doing with kids on the spectrum.
Yeah, so, I guess folks, this seems pretty obvious, but the explosion of autism spectrum disorders.
Right.
And nobody has a great answer for that. It's
Right.
not just better diagnosis. We don't know if there's an environmental thing. We don't know if it's related to shots or whatever. We just really don't know. And as a parent of a child with autism, we were all mystified by this kind
Yeah.
of thing. And the explosion that went from like 1 in 10,000 to now like 1 in 100.
Right.
There's something going on. We just don't know yet. We don't know this organization yet, but we will by this
Yeah,
afternoon.
I'll if I
Infinity Center for Behavioral.
Infinity
That's it,
Center.
Infinity Center.
We're
Thank
on
you.
it.
They're really cool, and they do a great job. They are partnered with the schools, with CCBS, which is, great. And I just think that you should check them out, so.
We will,
It'll be a
definitely.
good
And
partnership.
We're, of course, seeing that same explosion where we
Yeah.
are.
Absolutely.
Thank
So,
you.
thanks.
Commissioners?
Well, I'll be sort of brief. As you know, I'm a huge supporter of what you guys do. I mean, you have a great team, wonderful staff, and any of my colleagues, if you haven't been out there, you need to definitely go take a look at CCYSB. I'm really glad to see you're doing the expansion because obviously you're busting at the seams and then some. If you want to see creativity, go out and check out how they've been able to utilize a space. I think it's been in serious need for some time. It's unfortunate that at times we need the help we do in communities, but it's great that we have it. I know there's a lot of people thankful that we have you and a lot of the other organizations. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need those, but we do. So it's great that we have that opportunity. So it's you, it's the partnerships with the other organizations that you all work with. And, we've seen it firsthand. You and I have had some meetings, and we've met with some other folks, and I keep saying this all the time, it's a collaboration. It's what Carroll County does best. We work together. So if there's a challenge, we try to figure it out and find that solution together, because that's how we're going to get things accomplished in this community. And I just want to thank you for that. And I'm going to leave you with something that's totally non-related, but since Mickey Mouse got brought up, it wasn't Steamboat Willie, it's Plain Crazy. That's the first appearance of Mickey, where he wants to emulate Charles Lindbergh for a hot minute. And I just wanted to mention that as something a little lighter this morning, but in all sincerity, I really appreciate everything you're doing, and I think this additional building is going to be a serious need in the community, so thank you.
Appreciate that. I would say this, though, my daughter was reading Frankenstein for the first time, so I reread it just to help her understand it. Great book. She was like 16 years old when she wrote it.
It's
and
amazing.
Her husband said, "Oh, women can't write," or something. But anyway, so there's this one line in the whole book, and the line is when he's going up to the mountain to get the electricity with the body, and the line is, "He ascended the mountain alone." And the entire book is explained by that sentence. When you're doing that something, I mean, he was making a mistake. He's trying to take the place of God, I guess. So when you go up and you're doing something really critical like that, you must ascend the mountain alone. We just can't do this alone, and we appreciate you all taking that journey with us.
And I think it's awesome what you've done. It's awesome what your predecessor did. And to your comment, I think you've repurposed closets in that building. You'll see a conference room that's now and that's awesome. The other thing, and a bunch of people have mentioned today they love Carroll County. One of the things that amazes me, you talked about one of the bigger donors on the addition. If you guys haven't walked through the building, it's awesome, some of the names you see on the walls of families in Carroll County that have given. And you go to the community college, you see their names in a lot of buildings, and it's just awesome that we have people in Carroll County that are willing to give back.
There's one other quick question. Children of veterans is sometimes challenging because the military that support over at the installation over at Fort Meade do not have an opportunity to decompress from the work they do. They go into work early in the morning, they do their wartime mission in the building, they come home 30, 40 minutes, and that's their decompression because they got the kids as soon as they walk in the door, whether it's however age. A resiliency program was established on the installation, and it's a hub on the installation, but it's outreach to all the communities. Celine and a handful of us will be going to the Resiliency Center, I think in a week or two, because I want them to see how the outreach is and what Carroll County can do to continue to encourage our community and especially our youth to being taken care of. I mean, it's all web-based, to take a look at it, but more to follow. I just want to kind of put that bug in your ear and put the direction in Celine's ear to, also to look at how we need to serve our youngins, in the community, and our veterans. Children are definitely always at risk, so.
Well, we appreciate knowing that and knowing our fingers are on the pulse on that. Our big thrust actually is now families of veterans.
Yep, so, thanks.
Anything else, guys?
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless
Thank you.
And you.
Thank you very much. One more discussion of nonprofit, Care Healing Center.
Thank you for your patience with us.
Thanks for being patient.
No problem. I love coming and listening all day long. I'm a therapist by trade, so I love watching what people say and then all of your reactions.
Are you charging us right now? Or are you?
Yeah, actually, you'll get a bill later.
What she's saying politely is we're being studied, but
We
that's
don't
all.
have good poker faces, do we?
Well, it is very interesting watching everyone's faces just from the bird's eye view of being like, okay, see where this one's going. I know we have a PowerPoint. I don't like a PowerPoint because, there we go. Again, go to view. Go to,
Back down at the bottom there.
You see it?
there's a little, yeah, slideshow from.
There we go. So hello, I'm Stephanie Powers. I had the pleasure of coming and talking to you all last spring. During that visit, I was serving as the clinical director. Since that time, I've taken over as the executive director of the Care Healing Center. When we saw you last time, we were also still the Rape Crisis Intervention Service of Carroll County. Last July, we went through a rebranding. This was something that we had been talking about for a few years, and last year we had the ability to do it. One of the major points for changing our name was, you know, when we are trying to get involved with schools, anywhere you hear the word rape, it's not warm and fuzzy. It's not something that people like to talk about. So we wanted to be a little bit more approachable for a lot of different agencies. The other big reason that we had the name change was in the 18 years I've been doing victim services, one of the most common helpline calls that we get are people calling and saying, well, what happened to me wasn't exactly rape, or I don't really know how to define it. Can you still help me? So we really wanted to encompass all the services that we offer and to be inclusive to survivors of all forms of sexual violence. This also allowed us to encompass the human trafficking work that we're doing now. And really going with CARE, we wanted to really highlight our 4 pillars of service. So counseling, advocacy, resources, and education. Our mission is to provide hope, healing, and empowerment to all survivors of sexual violence and their loved ones through counseling, advocacy, resources, and education. The reason I'm here is because of hope. If I didn't believe that there's change and that people can overcome adversity and trauma, I wouldn't be here. Again, I'm a therapist by trade. I've been doing this for the last 18 years. And as much as I love to get out of sexual assault, I always end back up in it, because when you're dealing with somebody who is just anxious about the world that we live in and is struggling, but then you have somebody who has dealt with adversity from the time they were a small child. Because as we've heard today, whether it's with substance abuse or mental health, a lot of this does stem from adverse childhood experiences. And we know the statistic is 1 in 4 children will experience 1 act of sexual violence in their lifetime. So really getting in there, doing the work, seeing the change, being the hope for people who feel hopeless. So while our name has changed, our services haven't. We still offer the 24-hour helpline, walk-in crisis intervention services. We offer in-person accompaniment for safe exams at the hospital. We go to the courts if people are filing a protective order, if they're doing criminal proceedings or civil proceedings. We also will go to, we have a really good relationship with McDaniel and Carroll Community College, where we will attend their Title IX hearings. So that way, if we have a survivor who's trying to get a no contact order on campus, we will advocate for them. We also do other legal support services like filling out protective orders. We currently don't have the funding for an attorney on staff, and that is something that we've been working to try and get for years now. And then in addition to that, we do outreach education. So we are going in the schools, we are going into different community agencies, teaching them how to be trauma informed. Because we know if people come in and they feel welcomed, they'll be more likely to open up, explore some of the challenges they've faced, and get help. So I know we did one for like the health department of the moment someone comes in your door, your receptionist needs to be trauma informed. She needs to understand that, you know, if somebody's coming in 5 minutes late, we don't know what challenges they face that day. So really being able to be open and meet that person where they are. And again, it goes a long way to kind of be a friendly face and just be understanding. And again, our biggest service that we offer are counseling services. What sets us apart is the fact that all of our services are completely free of charge. We do not charge for any of our counseling, whether it's individual, group, or family therapy. This is through funds through the county, through the state, because we are the designated sexual assault agency in the community. We're a very small but mighty team. There are only 8 employees. So
everybody kind of wears a different hat depending on what they need to do. The one person that I like to highlight right now is all of you should be very proud of your county. We are the only county in the state of Maryland right now that currently does not have a backlog of untested forensic exams. And that is specifically because of the work that Caitlin Huber did to really push, align our policies and procedures with state, and now she sits on the state sexual assault response team. So really proud of her. Last year, we also brought in Melinda Boyer, who is our regional navigator. That is through the Child Sex Trafficking Regional Navigator Program. I'll skip this one for a second. Just to talk a little bit about the sex trafficking program that we've started in Carroll County since last year. So we got the funding starting January 2023, and since that time we hired a children's therapist who is seeing children who've been survivors of human trafficking, and we have our regional navigator. Our regional navigator is in charge of everything, so she goes out and she talks to different agencies about human trafficking. She heads up the Human Anti-Trafficking Response Team, which we call the HEART, which is very much in partnership with our sexual assault response team. So that is where all the different community partners, whether it's Sakaic, Springboard, the health department, the hospitals, the police, local law enforcement, and the state's attorney's office, they review all current cases that have been referred to us for human trafficking in the county. We're currently in the process of training all police departments on identification and best practices of identifying human trafficking. I know there's a huge push in legislation right now as far as recognizing that a child cannot be a prostitute, and that in doing that, we are going to treat any instance of that they are a survivor. We've also been developing the task force for community stakeholders. This is where, if anyone is interested, I will do the shameless plug. This is to kind of get more awareness on a higher level in the community. So not the direct service providers, but people who are interested in learning more about trafficking and making a difference within our county. Since we took over the human trafficking in the county, we've served 10 identified victims. Most of them are teenagers. Most of them have been referred because of an involvement with law enforcement. We're seeing a huge trend right now of online and texting, sexting, and sextortion with teenagers. I think January was like every 14-year-old in Carroll County suddenly was being either approached online, and we're seeing younger and younger. And I know when we think online, we think Snapchat and things like that, but there's been a huge influx of programs like Roblox, which I don't even really, my kids use it, and we have it set to all the private settings, but it's like people like just walk around and you make friends that way. And it's kind of very similar to like The Sims, I guess, but it's interactive. So you have people online that can just approach a child. We're seeing a lot of issues where it's people posing as, you know, another 13-year-old, and it's, hi, I'm going to be your friend. And then, you know, after months of talking, because this isn't a one-day scam, this is they're playing for the long haul. They'll ask for naked pictures, they'll ask for more information, and then we're either finding that the kid is being blackmailed and said, well, if you don't send me money now, or I'm going to tell everybody, or if you don't keep sending me pictures, I'm going to tell your parents, or turn you over to the police. So it's every day it's changing, and there are always new trends, so we're trying to stay on top of it. We've got really good partnerships with a lot of different agencies, so that way we can stay on top of this. Last fiscal year, we saw 220 new clients. We had 256 helpline calls. We did 72 crisis sessions, 31 accompaniments to the hospital. We did 784 counseling sessions and 73 school presentations in every district, I'm proud to say. Thank you very much. I still appreciate that phone call last year.
You're welcome.
So really getting the word out in Carroll County. Again, I think with the name change, it's a little bit more helpful, but it's also now, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people don't know about us until they need us. And so one of our big initiatives right now is letting people know, like, sexual violence knows no age, it knows no demographics whatsoever. We've also been seeing a huge increase in senior citizens who are going on dating apps and are ending up being sexually assaulted or sextorted. So really, we've been trying to partner with the Office of Aging to really get more information out to the community, and not just, everybody thinks our target demographic is like 18 to 24-year-olds in the college campus. And while that's very true, we see a lot of little kids and we see a lot of older senior citizens now. This is my other shameless plug. So we're doing our first ever Lighting the Way for Survivors Vigil. It'll be April 18th at Belgrove Square. We're going to allow for some survivors to speak. We'll have a sharing circle, but we're also doing an art installation called It Shouldn't Matter What You Wear. And this is where we'll be having dress forms wearing clothing that are some of the survivors that we're working with currently were wearing during their assault, to show that it's not short skirt, tube top. I don't know if anybody wears tube tops anymore, but you know, it's sweatpants, it's children's pajamas, it's things that should not justify an assault in any way, shape, or form.
Although tube tops should be illegal.
I think they're actually
It's a bad
coming
look.
back
Oh,
now,
gosh.
but I mean, not in the stores that I shop, obviously.
It's a bad look.
But yeah, all of a sudden, because all the 90s and early 2000s trends are slowly coming. So if anyone would like to join us, if anyone would like further information, if anybody would like to speak, please let me know. We would love, you know, again, I think we've heard it repeatedly today of the impact that this community has when we work together. And I truly believe that, you know, Carroll County, for anything, you can say, oh, you know, I need assistance in this. And there's, I mean, Celine's the queen of like, oh, well, you should talk to this person. So I think the more we can get involved and help one another, the better off we'll be. So that's my spiel. Any questions?
Stephanie, yeah, I appreciate what you're doing. I think you know that from me, as you know, over the time that we've known each other. It is such a challenging, you know, situation. I mean, fortunately, we're blessed to have you here. Unfortunately, that you need to be here.
I say I would love to be out of a job.
Exactly. And so, no, I really do appreciate all the work. And I'm going to say the same thing I said earlier with Celine going over to the installation with the Resiliency Center. There are, and it's not just veterans, it is a large community. It's the military, it's the federal employees, it's the contractors, it is the veterans. We're talking hundreds of thousands of folks within our region, and they are not immune to these type of challenges. So one of the takeaways that I'm going to be challenging Celine with and the others is who else needs to know. You know, I always used to put that, who else needs to know this information, and you're going to be one of them. So more to follow.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
You know, I think that one of the elephant in the room when it comes to human trafficking are the 8+ million people that have come into the country illegally, hundreds of thousands of kids unaccounted for. That's got to be part of what's going on. I just hope that, I know the federal government's head's in the sand. I hope the state government's head's not in the sand either about what really is going on here with a lot of that. Now, I don't know that for a fact. I mean, all the cases you mentioned could have nothing to do with that, but I just can't imagine it's going to get any better. I can only imagine it's going to get worse. So I hope that you are not hesitant to come back to us and discuss that as an issue. You know, getting the Sheriff's Department involved, getting all of us involved as a group. I'm seeing things anecdotally down in the southwestern portion of the county that sort of make me wonder what's going on. You know, you kind of just ask yourself, what's going on over there? So please don't hesitate to come to us when you see that, or if you see that as a issue. I hope it's not, but I just want to put that out there.
Absolutely, thank you. You know, I think we're starting to open our eyes more to it, and the state is now not only, you know, with the regional navigator, they're not just doing sex trafficking, but labor trafficking was even included now in the newest legislation, which is good because we are a rural county in a lot of ways, and we have a lot of farms. And so with migrant workers and things like that, really being aware that, you know, there's a huge difference between being a paid employee and an indentured servitude or a slave in this.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. And then you get treated like one,
Mhm.
and it's awful. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming in this morning, and I appreciate all the hard work you and your team are doing. Mentioning the trafficking issue, I think sometimes people think that's another place, that's not here. And I think unfortunately, we have to be more aware of what can happen in our own community, that maybe just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. And it definitely is an issue, and I think it's good that people are kind of opening their eyes and becoming more aware of that. And you were mentioning like social media, and I know it's gotten some national news. I don't think any of us have really talked about it with the board, but I know I've been hearing from some folks I know that work in the IT industry. You've got apps now where people can take a perfectly clothed human being and nudify them, is what they're calling it. So those images are being, improperly used and being taken and, being used in awkward situations and things to, harass kids or adults even, for that matter. It's definitely a challenge, to say the least, what you're contending with. But I appreciate all the hard work, and I'll go so far as to say you can put me down for the 18th of April. So I'll definitely be there. It's basically my backyard. So.
Oh, good. We'll take you up on that.
And I want to remind all the commissioners, that's a Thursday, so admin, open session, and Ted's probably not listening, an afternoon of budget.
Yep.
We'll be ready for a break. Thank you very much. And thank you for all you do. I think it's awesome. I like the expansion and the name change is very appropriate, and good luck with everything.
And God bless you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time today and for everything that you do. And even today, like listening to the decisions that have to be made, listening in of, okay, like with the cannabis bill, it's, okay, what would have happened for a lot of people if they didn't have to turn to substance use and they could get services before it got to the point that, okay, I need a distraction or something to numb me from the pain. If we offer more mental health services in the county, whether it's for sexual assault or, specific to substance, it's going to decrease that need. So again, I appreciate your time. You guys refer anybody and anyone my way. I can talk sexual assault all day. So I appreciate everything you do, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Okay, item 7, approval to submit application and acceptance of award community partnership agreement.
Oh, okay, thanks.
We got homework?
Why, thank you, sir. Well, maybe I shouldn't be thanking you then.
Just close this.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
It still doesn't change the county match, which is a good thing.
That's right, that's right. That's the important line, right?
Exactly.
Good morning, Commissioner, I guess, good afternoon at this point. Again, I'm Celine Steckel, I'm the Director of Citizen Services, and I'm joined by Ed Singer, who is our local management board manager, and Corey Hardinger is also supporting us. She is our senior grants analyst with the county, and pulls in a lot with a lot of the work that we do, especially with the local management board. As you noted, we are here to request approval to submit the FY25 Community Partnership Agreement application and accept the award. To get your approval for that, the Community Partnership Agreement is really our main funding source for local management board supported services and programs. And so Ed is going to walk us through the CPA and the recommendations that our local management board has put forth for the funding that's supported through this grant for FY25.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So here today to talk to you about our CPA funding. The NOFA that came out allocated Carroll County flat funding from what was received last year, and that funds 3 local programs. The local care team's a separate pot of money, which I'll get into as we get down there. That's what the change is in the briefing paper that I gave you, and funds the L&B administration. The 3 programs in the county consist of our Connecting Youth program. That's a program that's served over 180 youth since 2018, provides case management to disconnected youth. That's youth who are either not working or not in school, that are ages 16 to 24. They help them with frequently help them with barriers that include lack of access to mental health treatment, transportation, education, as well as experiencing poverty and homelessness. The program coordinates with other community partners, including Carroll County Workforce Development. We have a suicide intervention and prevention services program that serves 515 children and youth, and that's relatively new. It's that's served as of 12/30/2023. The program's only a couple years old. It increases accessibility and streamlines the process of immediate consultation and assessment for youth experiencing crisis in Carroll County, and enhances community partnership and provides psychoeducational presentations and outreach efforts to strengthen youth suicide awareness and prevention efforts. That was identified as a major priority a couple years ago by the local management board. I'm going to skip down to Housing Navigation and Stability Services, which is also a relatively new program that we just started last year. This program's new. Got a lot of issues with youth that are either coming out of foster care or just when they get to the point of being 18 that the parents don't want them in the house anymore. And this program's designed to assist youth that are between the ages of 18 and 24 that are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We've had 14 participants in the first half of this fiscal year. 7 of them actually met the HUD definition of homeless. As you can imagine, trying to get a landlord to house somebody who doesn't have a credit history, doesn't have a history with rental and whatnot, to house somebody is difficult. Our housing stability coordinators do a great job of bridging those gaps and getting people housed. And the objective of the program is we start with we may have to kick in a fair amount of subsidy for the housing to start with, but the idea is to get the person to be independent, get them stable, get them housed first, and get them to be productive adults. The local care team is, I think, the crown jewel of, to a certain extent, of what we do as a local management board. Essentially, what we're doing is we're helping families that are struggling to meet their children's needs find the appropriate services, whether that be with a provider in the community or whatever it is that they need to be helped. Sometimes it's Boys and Girls Club because the kid just needs a friend or whatever, and we're trying to help. It may be a kid that's struggling in school or struggling to find work or anything of that nature. And we bring together generally 15 to 20 agencies that sit down, and our local care team coordinator, I want to mention her name, Maria Lowry. She's fantastic. She's a retired school administrator, and she really cares about these kids and helping them find the right services to meet their needs and meet their family's needs. And it's all about the family as a whole. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we can get kids the services so they can be successful in school and ultimately become successful adults, and to support the families that are having kids that are struggling. We're up about 2.5 times the amount of referrals for the local care team this year over what we had last year. And I think it's largely because we've been doing outreach. We've been going out to the schools, especially in those areas where we have certain populations that haven't been regularly, if you have a therapist or whatever, it's not hard to get referred to the local care team. It's a lot of the population that doesn't have a regular therapist and that type of thing that we're really trying to reach out to and make sure the parents are aware, hey, you can self-refer and we can help you figure out how to get the services that your child needs. So we're up about 2.5 times where we were at this point last year. And I reached out to the state and found out, I was like, well, my local care team coordinator is really struggling. And they said, well, we still have a little bit of extra money left over in this fiscal year. So we asked for a budget modification. We're able to increase our local care team coordinators' hours for this year to help her be able to meet the needs of the families. And what I really like that she's doing is she's following up with the people and making sure that they're able to make those connections with the agencies or the providers that they need to. And the providers we have are really good about that as well. And this we generally have a couple of these, 2 to 3 of these a week, and they're very complex issues. If you've reached the local care team, you're probably at wit's end as a parent. But I love what Maria brings to the table and how she really cares for these families and helps to support them. So the change on the document that I gave you, as I mentioned, the local care team is separate from the total CPA allocation for Carroll County. That's what funds the 3 programs plus the board administration. And then local care team is a separate request within the same application. But I asked for those additional hours that we were asking for Maria to continue to increase her hours, because I don't see where we're going to have a reduction in need in this program. And I can't say whether the state's going to approve my request or not, but essentially they've told us to ask for what we need, and if they have the funding available, it's potential we right now she was working 25 hours a week. We've upped that to 30, and we're hoping moving forward from July 1st that she'd be with us 33 hours a week to support this local care team effort. So I think that essentially covers, well, I did want to also just mention briefly in reference to the whole LMB process. The LMB voted this year to continue the programs that we had in place, because obviously, there's been a transition in me becoming the local management board manager. And last year there was a community plan put together, and we've kind of taken a look at that, and we've looked at some of our data, but we have a strategic planning meeting coming up in March that's kind of a retreat. It's a half-day retreat with the board to talk about what we need to do as a board to effectively evaluate the programming in Carroll County. It's our job to kind of identify what the needs are in the community and make sure that the funding that we get, and it's a fairly limited amount of funding, but that the funding that we get goes to best support the behavioral health needs of the citizens and families in Carroll County, especially the children, youth, and youth that we're serving. So we're going to be looking at that process in our March meeting. I think part of what we're going to be doing is doing a gap analysis as we get into the fall. The other thing is, recently I came to you all, we talked about the Hub Pilots grant. Just recently, the consortium had a meeting, and they picked 10 Hub Pilots, and some of it was based on geography and the size of the proposed hub and whatnot. Well, we were not recommended to be a hub for the spokes that are going to be here in Carroll County. Now, we're working to coordinate and track the new programs that are going to be provided under the blueprint, because we want to figure out how they fit in with gaps that we have in the community. I think one of the programs looks like it's an attempt to help us with something that's really a problem in the school system right now, and that is they're having a problem with attendance. But there will be an opportunity to reapply in January 2025 as they take this from a pilot to being statewide for the hub. So we intend to do that, and intend to meet with the staff to find out if there was any weaknesses in our application. I don't know that there were. It's just a matter of they wanted a geographic spread and different types of organizations and that type of thing, and we ultimately did not get picked. Their recommendations are subject to a formal vote by the Maryland Community Health Resources Commission, which will happen in early April. The last thing to mention is the Governor's Office of Children, to whom the local management board's report was recreated as a cabinet-level agency under the Moore administration. And I think that'll bring a higher level of awareness to some of the behavioral health problems that we're having with the children and youth, and hopefully that'll be a good thing for us. We don't know exactly what that means to us as local management boards at this point, but we'll see how all that shakes out after the legislative session. So just something to be aware of. That's all I have, and just asking for you all to approve for us to submit and accept the FY25 Community Partnership Agreement.
Motion to approve the submission of the FY25 Community Partnership Agreement application and accept the award.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Our next item is approval to purchase 5 Freightliner 1085D plus trucks.
Is there any surprise
Morning,
in this
gentlemen.
one? Is there any surprise in this purchase that we should be aware of?
I don't believe so.
Okay, then I'm going to move the Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of 5 2025 Freightliners 108 SD plus trucks from National Auto Fleet Group in the amount of $1,260,000, $1,260,550.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions? What's delivery?
Lead time for the new trucks is about 1 year.
1 year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Now, approval to purchase core hardware replacement for Carroll County Public Schools.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. All right. The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Technology Services, requests your approval to replace the core hardware and licenses for Carroll County Public Schools high schools in the amount of $110,401.46 to Skyline Technology Solutions. The county solicited a bid that was awarded to Skyline Technology Services. Skyline Technology Solutions was then awarded a term contract for consulting and technical service for the Carroll County Public Network from that bid. This amount is approved in the fiscal year 24 budget, and no additional funds should be required. Okay, one of the big questions you might be having is why are we purchasing equipment for Carroll County Public Schools? Technically, it's not the school's equipment. This is equipment that's going in the schools, but it is for the entire Carroll County Public Network connection that we all have out to the world. And this is a planned replacement. It's been about 6 years or so since we replaced the equipment the last time. We actually went further than we thought we'd be able to go with it. And it's going to take us 2 more years to complete the process, and it's all fully funded.
You answered that question that I was about to ask, so I appreciate it. Move the Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of core hardware and license replacement to Skyline Technology Solutions, the amount of $110,401 and unfortunately 46 cents.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Just one comment. Commissioner Rothstein cut you off. If
Did
you
not
want to
say
get
anything.
with him anytime after the meeting and read him that paragraph, you're most welcome.
I didn't have any surprises, so
Okay.
good with it.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I think I'd give you some more time.
All
to-
those in favor?
I'm sorry.
Opposed? We're done. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Last item, approval to purchase equipment for 4 new ambulances.
Hey, Chief, how are you doing?
Good to see you, Chief.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Department of Fire and EMS, requests your approval to award the purchase required equipment to outfit 4 new ambulances. Equipment includes a power load system, LifePak cardiac monitors, stair chairs, and Lucas device with service plans from Stryker Medical in the amount of $865,098.30. This purchase will be made through a Maryland state contract. It's a blanket purchase order that was competitively bid. This amount is within the fiscal year 24 adopted budget, and no additional funds should be necessary.
Tough being the last guy.
Yeah.
And for the record, our EMS personnel have all been trained extensively in managing cannabis, and that was part of the transition when the law was passed. So this equipment is going to be consistent to the 4 ambulances that we have already purchased. They're currently on the production line, and they've actually been able to lessen the time required. So the first of these should be delivered probably in the next several months. And with that, most of what we have currently, it's difficult to put that on the new units because it's all reaching its obsolete time frame. So this is going to put us, most importantly, on a cycle to regularly, as we purchase new units, to provide the equipment that goes with it. This includes advanced cardiac monitors, automatic CPR devices, and new stretcher technology, which will significantly reduce our number of line-of-duty back and musculoskeletal injuries.
What's the Lucas device?
The Lucas device is the automatic CPR device. So that
Okay.
does actually perfect CPR, and we place that on patients who are in cardiac arrest.
Wow. That's
And it
interesting.
also lessens the staffing that we need for a cardiac
Yeah.
arrest. We don't have to take an additional
You have
person
an
off.
additional
person
Yeah.
off a fire engine to go in the back of the ambulance. So it's an efficiency.
Motion to award the purchase of required equipment to outfit 4 new county ambulances from Stryker Medical in the amount of $865,098.30.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do you have those in place, any of the Lucas devices?
Yes, currently, every one of our 20, or our 15 active ambulances has a device. And the problem is the warranties will no longer cover them
Right.
after a certain number of years. We have to start a replacement cycle.
Just at some time, just to see it, when we're around. That's pretty cool. So, never knew that, so.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, do we have any more callers?
I have no one on the line, sir.
And Roberta, we have no cards. Administrative open session, I think there's at least an item.
Yeah, well, a couple items. One is as I shared in prior to Carol, very lengthy, I do apologize, but the storage facility discussion. First, I did give a shout out appropriately to Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, but it really was a shout out to everybody in attendance that were committed to getting their voices heard and those that continue to be active. And a couple of takeaways. The very deliberate or first takeaway was to bring back to you collectively the discussion about the storage facilities, whether we would like it to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for discussion and then bringing their recommendations back to us. That's the ask that was given to me, and I said, absolutely, I would bring that to you. So whether we want to limit it just to storage facilities or we want to open up the gateways to everything in C2, I'm not focused on just storage facilities or a storage facility in this location. That's regardless, but I'm opening up to it.
So the idea is to remove, or the thought would be to remove storage facilities from a certain zoning designation.
Well, that's the intent of this community, but it's the intent of it to go back to Planning and Zoning Commission, would then have them work through, is storage facilities appropriately put into these current zoning districts, or should they be restricted into other, districts?
Such as industrial, rather than that particular kind of commercial.
Or C3 only, or, should it be conditional use and then having to go to the BZA? There could be different ways to look at it. But, Tom, you're on the planning and zoning. What do you think?
Well, I guess the one question I'm going to ask you before I answer your question is, were there other examples besides storage that they gave, or no? So just that one?
No.
See, I'm kind of curious myself, what other types of uses are they considering? Because, we've obviously got the zoning codes we have, and, my initial reaction, and I'm not taking a side on that specific topic, is if we look at, say, storage today, is next month something else? And my concern is, if we're going to look at something, let's look at the whole picture at once versus kind of picking and choosing as we go.
Right.
I think it's something planning and zoning would potentially take up if we had an interest in sending it to them. I don't think there'd be any issue in that. I think they did a lot of really good work and had a lot of hard discussions about what they've done recently regarding to what we have had before us recently. I don't know, I'm just kind of curious as to, is it one thing, or do we do a larger area of topics?
The anecdotal, since we've been using that word a few times, the anecdotal comments that were made last year and this year in these public comments have been, it is a blight in the community, it doesn't fit in with the community, it's coming into Carroll County, is this the first thing you want to see in the community? It's enormous, it'll be, not, it just doesn't blend in, but you're right. The C2 district permitted uses go from funeral homes to car washes to gas stations to retail to storage facilities, and it goes on and on. There's probably 40 here that are allowed. So that was my point. Do we focus on storage facilities because this community wants to focus on storage facilities, or do we bring and open up this whole can of worms and looking at comprehensive rezoning definitions for the C2 district? I mean, that becomes pretty cumbersome, to say the least.
And my opinion, I understand many neighbors don't want anything in their backyard, and that's understandable, and they have every right to do that. You kind of alluded to it. They can always buy the property and control what goes on it. Mini storage is a relatively passive use in commercial, relatively low traffic. They also told you it's high crime, and the sheriff already fixed that. One of the biggest arguments they were worried about was traffic on their street, which sounds like State Highway may solve. Right. And then what I heard is all the moving trucks that come in and out. I don't think I've ever seen a moving truck at one. I'm sure there is one or two a year, but that's the daily basis. It's a car or a pickup truck, and people store their Christmas decorations there or whatever. I think it would be inappropriate to limit this to industrial.
And also, just since you brought up traffic, again, the comments from the developer who owns 50 storage facilities, he says on average there are 10 vehicles per day that enter and exit the facility. He said up to 40 during the weekend. He said all of their storage facilities are shut down during night hours, and all fluorescent lights or whatever the lights are directed downward onto the driveways. Now, I'm sharing with you what he said, but in equal sense, I'm sharing with you what the community says, because as we represent those in our community.
I understand, and I don't disrespect their feelings, but we've had a couple things in a very rural neighborhood that people have objected to, and what I've objected to is if something goes onto a piece of property that doesn't meet the current rules, that asks for waivers of rules, then I get upset. But if they meet the rules, which I think we've got pretty good on this, and if we open up Pandora's box, there's probably 6 or 8 things in there that would be more worth discussing than mini storage facilities, I think.
So the discussion about increasing the amount of commercial and industrial property in the county's been mentioned before, and I do think we actually need to take a hard look at that and make efforts. So if in doing so we decided we wanted to eliminate things in commercial, that would probably be the time to do it, because you'd have more places to put it in industrial. Hopefully that makes sense. But I mean, if we're going to be sincere about this discussion, we would go back to the ordinance we just passed and eliminate that sliding scale and maybe increase the setbacks. I mean, that would be the simplest way to that would be the simplest way to try to address some of the concerns of the people there. I understand that there might have been a discussion among some of them to limit things in commercial, but that's not going to be an immediate answer for any of those folks, and I can't imagine how long that would take us to get done. I mean, let's be honest, we're about to go into budget, and we really do need to have that conversation about commercial industrial. I think that's the one thing all 5 of us agree on pretty fervently.
With this current situation and this facility that is being proposed, if we made it as restrictive as it could have been with 35 feet, no sliding scale, and instead of 10 feet, extend it, it's 15 feet now. This building the way it's described, would still fit into that. There's no intent. Now, the argument made, and it's a valid argument, is, well, what if that is sold and somebody wants to build higher? And it's the same as in a residence. If somebody buys a residential piece of property, they can take down the house and build to their max. But as regarding bulk requirements, so that was discussed. And it's not that I blindly trust a builder or a developer, whatever he is. I met him on Tuesday for the first time. But this is his intent, and nothing's going to go forward, and the stormwater management would be less as well, along with the ingress egress off the highway. So the challenge is, are we looking at this one location situation as a catalyst for change, or are we looking at the county as a whole for change? Because there's, as we said, 230 some odd, Chris is there, 230 some odd commercial properties that this could affect, you know. I'm open. It's majority rule. Do we want to bring this back to the Planning Zoning Commission for, I guess, their work groups or whatever they would do, to then come back to us with a recommendation on limiting storage facilities out of C2 permitted use, make them into conditional use, or making them forbidden regardless as a non-use? Or do we not? Or do we open up, I won't say Pandora's box, but a very wide open box and look at all the uses in commercial that could have those effects? I mean, Roberto,
Well,
did you hear anything else, or no?
I think that captures it.
I think, Commissioner, too, what you're getting to also is the heart of fittingness in a community. We went through this discussion when we went through community solar with ag, and whether or not that fit in the zones in which they were being proposed, and which they had previously been zoned. I have a couple of questions, and Chris, I don't know if you're interested in answering a few of those for me. All right, so when was the C2 zoning classification developed, and when was the last time there was any substantial?
2019.
2019 was when it came into
Yeah,
effect?
the comprehensive rezoning that took BNR and BG, what was changed into C1, C2, and C3. That was the challenge, where it wasn't a one-for-one name change, it was 2 for 3. And we had to make those determinations, what was appropriate to fit in to commercial 1, commercial 2, commercial 3 from those two categories in 2019.
And so how did storage facilities end up being a part of C2 versus, say, another zoning classification? What was the rationale behind that? If you don't remember right now, you can email me later, that's okay.
Yeah, and I can certainly look into it. I was not involved in that process,
Yeah,
and so,
okay.
but I can certainly research it.
Because again, it does go to the heart of the question. I mean, why?
It may have
in
been
the first
in
place?
BG, I don't know.
Well,
I'd
I
have
was
to
going to say that the more important question is, when would a mini storage like this not allowed to have been built on this piece of property? And I think that answer is never, but it was always allowed on. Now, whether they changed names and changed zoning, it was always allowed. So it's kind of irrelevant what the zoning is. It was never restricted.
The one question that was brought up by, I don't know if it was Nancy or whoever was, Lynch, I apologize, was the 60,000 square feet. Looking at when we had a flow chart to move BG and BNR into C1, 2, and 3. And the flow chart said, okay, here are the 5 things that it needs to do to go into one of those categories. And one of those was 60,000 square feet, correct?
I think it's proper to say that the anticipation was that a C2
Okay.
property, whether it's coming out of a BNR or BG, would be right-sized for a building of around 60,000 square feet.
So it wasn't a definitive by ordinance at that point? It was.
There's no limit.
And the reason is, that's an important comment to make, because when the Freedom Plan was written and put in place in 2018, there's comments in that Freedom Plan that are very subjective, saying it should conform to the community and all these other things, which I don't disagree with. But do you take the ordinance that we put in place, or the Freedom Plan, which the commissioner signed, which then becomes law? Which one has more weight to it? And the zoning ordinances is determined to have more relative and guidelines than the Freedom Plan. The Freedom Plan is just that, guidelines. I personally, believe that the Freedom Plan should not have been written the way it was. I think it should have said it adheres to the zoning ordinances, and then go on from that. But I don't know if it does or not, so.
So, and Commissioner, to your point too, also about fittingness is the other question that I have, and this is, I guess, more of a general sense of the question, right? I mean, when we talked about the sliding scale a couple of weeks ago, we recognized that there are certain properties that would be affected differently by the sliding scale, and that it would certainly perhaps even be injurious to have one set restrictive standard for every single other property in the county that would be potentially affected by that. And so in a situation like this, where, we go back to that concept of fittingness, what fits into a community. I know you guys all think I take it maybe one step too far with architectural standards, but as far as the fittingness of it, I mean, what about the idea of maybe a conditional use or something, where certain circumstances are in place? Because again, not all properties are going to be the same throughout the county. And so in a situation like this, where you may have residential areas directly within so many feet, or whatever the case may be. I mean, are there other ways to approach this where we don't necessarily have to completely redefine the zoning sections themselves?
Sure. So you could take any use category, such as self-storage and so on, and change it from a principal permitted to a conditional use. That's a relatively minor, as it were, change. Doesn't require a whole lot of rewriting of code and so on. And what that would give the additional requirement of then having to go before the Board of Zoning Appeals to ensure that for them to evaluate the project, and it's another public opportunity for comment.
A specific case regarding that is on Johnsville Ave off of 26, Liberty Road. We know it as the, what's his name?
Toby Wolf?
Salerno. No, I apologize. Salerno's property. And Bruce wanted to sell that property. Well, one of the ideas that he wanted to sell it to was a fuel station, a gas station. And the community said, we don't want a gas station there because you're embedding it into a community, there's a lot of kids, and it goes on and on. And they convinced me, just like this is convincing me to bring up the argument, the discussion to you, and then it went from permitted use to conditional use, because there are C1 properties, because that's C1, that could value a gas station. It's just not all properties. So it made it that extra step to go through BZA. And that's what this would do if we took storage facilities and said, instead of it being permitted, take the extra step, put it into conditional, therefore it would have to go through Board of Zoning Appeals, and the community has another opportunity to share why this doesn't belong. But again, that's a conversation I believe should happen at the Planning and Zoning Commission for their recommendation back to us. And that's what I'm asking for you to consider or you to do, so.
I certainly have no objection to, reaching out to them saying, hey, what do you think about this? Especially given, maybe an alternative versus, stripping something completely out of a certain zoning. But, yeah, I have no objection to that. Do we have to vote on that?
We will, but
Oh, okay.
let's
I'm sorry.
have any other discussion.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do that, we You're not going to like what I'm about to say. If we're going to do that, and we don't really have time right now, but we probably need to have a work session to look at what other things we want to do that with, if we can. I know this is a more immediate issue, so I'd be willing to go along with that.
I agree with you.
But,
I don't want to spot one facility when you have
Yeah.
a laundry list like
Yeah.
this.
So I don't know the best way to do that right now. We have a limited amount of time the next couple months, but I know this is a pressing issue. Will it really be, I mean, I'm willing to entertain it, though. So my answer is yes, I'm willing to take a look at all this.
If I may, make a recommendation. As we look at self-storage, we could also, staff could look at other similar types of uses and come back to you with a recommendation along those lines as to other uses that might have a similar sort of impact. That way, you're putting it more on staff for us to look at, and then we would come back to you, and then we would further discussion however you would wish.
Sure, I mean, that's an option, and in the meantime, we can do the same. You know, the five of us, we can take a look at what because we've all got our individual situations going on in our districts that we'd like to, I mean, some of us have some pretty big ones going on in their districts, and some of us have some smaller ones, so I'm not going to say which
I
one.
mean, early on, the idea was, in my mind, was to lessen the conditional uses, make things more black and white. What I've grown and found out over time is things are not just as black and white as we would expect them, and that there's this gray area, and that's that conditional use. So my focus was lessening the conditional use, but in this case, and maybe in others, we should ensure that there is a conditional use to allow for additional focus or community input, so.
And I think it was very foolish to think about putting this on industrial. It's less foolish to think about making a conditional use, but I think combination of some of the comments, then you ought to look at all of them, and we ought to probably have a work session, and it ought to be a week or two after the budget's approved.
So maybe in the late spring,
After May,
after May, so yeah,
Yeah.
late.
mid-May or later is
Yeah.
what that suggestion would mean, timing-wise.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask.
Which, that just gives you more time to think.
Well, let me ask this question to your point, and I don't disagree with you. Would it be advantageous for us to let staff at least take some time now while we're
Oh,
going to
they
be
got the prep for it.
in budget to kind of look over it and give us some of their thoughts so we don't walk just straight into it?
They're not doing anything anyway. They got-
So it sounds like the board's interested in having staff take a look at the uses in C2, at least, just C2, to see whether they would recommend any changes, maybe group them, and then put together a work session in May on that, so the board can talk to staff about that, and then decide whether or not they want to pursue anything and send it on to the planning commission, et cetera. Does that make sense?
And the storage facility just embedded into that, or is storage facility on top of that?
No, that would be part of that conversation, right?
So do you need to make a motion to that end?
Do we need a motion?
I
Or is
think
this
if that's the understanding, if that's what the board's, I'm just trying to summarize the.
So it's not to go back to the planning and zoning commission?
Not at this
Correct.
point, right.
Could we have that in a couple weeks, perhaps? How long would that take? I mean, because we might see something in there that we don't want to wait on, I
Yeah.
guess is my
Yeah.
point, so.
Yes, we can have something.
Okay.
That's
Do
kind of
you
what I'm
want the-
thinking too.
The problem was with the work session.
Yeah, this way we
Well-
wouldn't, we might not need one.
Oh,
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, okay.
If we get the input from the staff, that we can say, yeah, this makes sense, and let's have it. Or with that input, we say, okay, let's go to the planning and zoning. Yeah, kind of what Commissioner Garen's saying. I agree.
Does that make sense to everyone?
It's very timely.
So does that make sense?
that's
Do you
fine.
understand?
Okay, so the depth of the information that we can provide to you is limited by the amount of time we have, right? So, but we can certainly have some preliminary thoughts and some recommendations for consideration in a couple weeks. If you need it more in depth, we would need more time for that, obviously. Yeah.
And I think you're telling us very nicely, it ought to be more in-depth, and you ought to take some time to look at it. I don't quite understand the urgency. Nothing get rid of the sliding scale, get rid of everything. Nothing we talked about would keep this building from being built on this site. There's, it's, we're very unlikely to stop it, so, but I think that the total review's good, but I think we ought to do it right.
Well, I certainly take that point, Commissioner, but I think to Commissioner Rothstein's point, it's that not necessarily that he's going to be able to preempt a building from going in, but his constituents or his citizens down there have said very clearly, we want you guys to have a look at this, and so he's doing what his yeah.
Okay. Then my vote would be no. Then don't bother looking at it.
So don't
Why
bother.
do we
with
want to spend time looking at something that's appropriate for the site, fits on the site, if we did restrictions so tight to keep this building from happening, we would probably affect hundreds of other sites and make them unbuildable. I understand they had questions, and you gave them a town hall, and you gave them a chance to listen. And like I say, it doesn't matter that the sheriff says it's not crime-ridden. It doesn't matter that the guy that owns many of them talks about the traffic, and it doesn't matter that the state's now going to let access. I'm not sure it matters what we do about this either.
Well, I mean, Commissioner Kyler, the other potentiality is that if they come back and they say, well, we don't recommend any changes. I mean, there's
Oh,
that
I know
option-
that.
There's that possibility too. But at the very minimum, it's certainly worth having
But
the
why not give
discussion.
them time to properly look at it?
But
What's the
I wasn't
rush?
sure that did we set a time for when we wanted to have something back?
The two commissioners were asking for 2 weeks.
2 weeks,
Yeah,
okay. I missed
think-
that, I apologize.
Okay, I think, take the appropriate time to get the results back to us, and just give us a pulse check after 2 weeks. If it's like, hey, we still don't have the information necessary for you to really make a decision, then let us know. But, I mean, I'm not tied, I'm tied to timeliness, on this. I'm not necessarily saying 2 weeks. I mean, if you believe it can be done, then, okay, don't say, I don't have it. At some point, say, I'm not going to have it to you. Give me, it'll be another week or two, just proper staffing. So.
And I also think any answer they give us is going to be complicated enough that we're probably going to want a work session. It's not that black and white, and it's not that simple.
Right.
That's my concern.
and
That's why
I-
I said maybe don't rush it,
understand.
but it's up to you guys. We can tell him lunchtime tomorrow. I don't know.
I can have something for you lunchtime tomorrow.
think he's a
won't
little
vouch for the
stressed now.
quality of it, though.
But I think you got the guidance needed, and you understand the situation. You were at the community meetings. So let's just move forward and staff. And come back to us, if, I don't know,
And give us the heads up at 2 weeks whether or not more time is recommended.
okay?
Does that work, gentlemen?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
I don't want to rush it, so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks. Thanks,
Thank you
Chris.
very much.
Now,
Now, I did have another.
other
topic.
items.
Yeah. I got, I share with you, as I've been sharing over time, over the last month and a half now. Wow, I can't believe we're in
let
March.
me interrupt 1 second. We had a 1 o'clock meeting, and I was asked if that should be delayed. Well, obviously, yes. Do we want to say make it 2 o'clock? Do we want to say something, or just put them on hold?
It's already taken care of. It's been moved to 1:30 at the
To a
moment.
time?
It's been moved to 1:30 at the moment.
Okay, I probably can't meet then, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm going to need a half hour, 45 minutes between the two meetings, so I can't meet then, but
Okay, well, I'll let Vivian know, and we'll see
Yeah.
if we can
No.
find enough.
Let's see where this goes. As I shared, and I sent to you last night or yesterday, we have a lot to think about when it comes to this upcoming budget. And, we're starting in a hole. It was a great brief the other day from Ted and Heidi. My concern is, and I think I'm in the right place to doing this in open admin, regarding our administrative processes and the voting structure that we have. Currently, everything we do is on majority vote, as long as, regardless, was majority vote as long as we have a quorum in place. So in other words, 3, it would be 2-1. If it's 5, it'd be 3-2. If it's 4, there's also, it could be split 2-2, and then it could be determined that it would not pass by those that are making that motion. What's considered that supermajority vote of 4-1 is put in place for one thing. My concern is it's put in place for one thing regarding revenue, in other words, the taxes that we have the ability to control and authorize. It's not put in place for off-cycle purchases. It's not put in place for very, very large capital purchases or any other purchases. And so we either got to do it, what's good for the goose is good for the gander type of situation. I think that we should have a tool in place that the supermajority does not give us that tool. It limits that tool, and we should have the tools in place to do the work necessary. So I'm in favor of going back to a majority vote. This, I think, was put in place probably a dozen years ago or somewhere around there, and I understand it, but, you know, I think we're pretty darn good at, you know, spending our money and watching our P's and Q's and ensuring things are done appropriately. So my move is to take away the supermajority and move it back to a simple majority vote, like everything else. So, and I don't believe it needs to have an agenda. I think we can have that discussion and potential decision here today.
Well, I'm going to just bring this up real quick. Obviously, it was put in place a number of boards ago, and yes, it is a required 4-1 vote. But then the 5 of us voted to strengthen that, which would require a supermajority to then remove it. So as it currently stands, we would need 4 of us to remove that to even take it out of place. It's not something that we can just easily sit here and go, well, 3 of us want to remove it, because 5 of us agreed to it. So
Can we do a 3-2 to remove the 4-1 and then a 3-2 to remove the 4-1?
Yes.
Yes.
So you need 2 simple
we can do a 3-2
majorities
to remove
take,
the
it's
most
2
recent.
votes. Regardless, it's 2 votes.
But my point is, if we said you need a supermajority to remove it, you need 4-1 to remove it. Otherwise, what would be the point of that vote?
You can remove that vote by a 3-2.
That's,
And
doesn't,
we could do 4-1s to not do that, and 4-1s. I'd love to see, if we're going to do this, I think it ought to be 5-0 to add something to the budget.
Well, we could go that route too, but I guess the other question I'm going to ask, and I realize we are in serious budget time. This is not an easy budget, not that last year or any year is easy, but this is very serious this year. We all saw the numbers that Ted put up on that screen. It's a daunting task. But I think here's the real question. Does it really stop us? Because if you have a case and a point, make the point and sell the point. Don't try to sit there, and let's not adjust what we've already agreed to in other votes. So, you know, sell the point. Point to us why we need to raise taxes, if we need to raise taxes, versus cutting something. I mean, Ted sat here in front of us and said, well, it's either, you know, raise taxes or cut something. Okay, we all know that. So then the question is, and look, we've all had these conversations individually, and we've had them last year in budget. For too long, and I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it today, there are things that we've had no control over because of the state putting mandates in place. We've paid for things and given money and funded things for 20 years, and they're good things, they're important. But we've had that availability of funds eroded by the state. It's not our choice, it was theirs. So if we're going to sit there, and various of us at times have mentioned these are our priorities, I think the challenge before this board, and it's been even boards before us, was it snuck up on us. Yes, this is important, or yes, this is important, but what are the truest priorities of this community? We can't fund everything. We couldn't fund everything 20 years ago when we had more availability of funds. But at times, when things are good, it's like any other thing. You go take out that home equity loan because, hey, my house is worth more, and you don't think about it. We saw that in our own economy nationally. So are we willing to just go that route, or do we want to actually have a real conversation and say, let's really look at what are the real priorities here? That's my question. because I think you have a public that, we have one former commissioner who obviously was the impetus of the supermajority, who's our state's attorney, and we have a public that, a fair amount of them do not want to see their taxes raised. And I understand we are in a serious financial problem at this moment, but, you have an economy that's
I agree.
questionable.
There is a fair amount, just like there's a fair amount to have cannabis retail. I mean, there's a fair amount. I got that there's a majority to do that. We either, I believe, create a equal supermajority for expenses and a supermajority for, revenue. I mean, it can't be one or the other. I mean, we're spending millions of dollars with a simple majority vote. And then we're saying we will not take these pennies of a dollar to bring in $3 million or $6 million into the revenue, because that takes a supermajority. So we either got to put them on equal, so we either go 4-1-4-1 or 5-0-5-0, but right now we're weighing ourselves down with one type of voting tool and 3-2 and a simple majority with the other. I don't know what the state you're referring to has to do with any of this, and nothing's creeped up on us since we look at this 6 years out. This is not new news. I mean, the fire EMS that we're standing up is underfunded, and we saw that going into this. The education situation is, just very, very difficult, and it's not just this year. I mean, every year it seems to be more difficult, and we haven't adjusted the revenue, but we've increased the expenses. We've cut 100 positions since 2009, but meanwhile we're doing additional services. So we either have to stop those services. I've been begging for anybody to tell me what are the priorities that you believe should be cut, and I got nothing from anybody. From this first time I asked, I got nothing, and I've been sending email after email saying, "Hey, we need to look at ag. We need to look at this. We need to look at this." I got nothing, and I'm saying the way to do this is continue to focus on our priorities, and continue to look at how we are managing our revenue and our expenses. And right now, we are managing our revenue and expenses on two different ways and two different tools. One is a one type of vote, one is another type of vote, and I think they should be even. So we're either going to go 4-1-4-1, 5-0-5-0, whatever it is, or 3-2-3-2. The state has mandates. Those are the laws that we must adhere to, and we will do them. We will fund in accordance with what the state tells us you will do. We don't have flexibility on that. We don't have much flexibility on much of the expenses we have. We do have flexibility on revenue if we deem it's appropriate. And for the last dozen years, it was determined not to be appropriate to touch those three taxes. And we don't have transfer tax, which puts us even in another situation, because we're only one of 5 jurisdictions that don't. But that's not going to come up because our delegation will not bring that to the legislation to bring in another tax. I don't want another tax, and I'm not asking them to do that. I'm saying, here are the taxes that are in front of us. We know that there's 3 that are much more than the rest. We have the ability to make appropriate adjustments, maintain our priorities, especially over the next 6 years for fire EMS and schools and the other things and positions. We haven't heard yet from the sheriffs or the state's attorney on what they want to do. I understand our state's attorney, his intent from years ago in doing this, but meanwhile, he's asking for more money. So, it took away that ability to get more money if he took away the ability for us to pull in more money. So,
And I
so
understand.
that's kind of, this is difficult, I know it is, but it's got to be determined whether we want to move forward on an equal playing field of revenue and expenses, or do we want to limit ourselves on one side and not on the other? So,
And I understand a little bit what both of you are saying, because you're saying if we really, really have to, then the 4-to-1 vote shouldn't be a problem. And I understand that. And it didn't sneak up on me. It'd be 2 years before our election, I said, the current commissioners are digging a hole we can't get out of. The choice is going to be cut services or raise taxes. They don't, I'm trying to not use a bad word. They don't have the guts to do it, so they're just pushing it down the road. And that's what I said, and I said that campaigning even to some of the most conservative groups. What do you want to cut? I've probably got as many fire stations in my district as anybody else. I've talked to almost all of them, not all. One I haven't. And even when I talk about somehow we got to get $2 million out of EMS, what's your guys' opinion? And they go, maybe you can, but you still have a revenue problem. They go, why don't you guys wake up and see you have a revenue problem? You don't have a cost problem because your current budget, and you know, they said cut EMS for this year in half, cut the Board of Ed in half, you still got a revenue problem. And I kind of heard it, and the ones I talk to live in Carroll County, because I also struggle to hear somebody that lives in Baltimore County tell me whether or not I ought to raise taxes, you know? But we have a revenue problem, and it didn't, and I thought maybe we could get away with it the first year, and we kind of did, but we kind of fudged we just created a deeper hole for this year by what we did with the budget last year. But it's tough, but I understand what you're saying. Whether the vote's 3-2 or 4-1, if we need it, hopefully it'll have the votes. But I do struggle with the fact that we can't raise revenues without a 4-1 vote, but we can keep putting crap in the budget with a 3-2 vote. It just seems foolish. But that's the hand we're dealt. But like I say, I understand your frustration on the 4-1 vote, but I understand your point. If we can't convince 4 of the 5 of us, then maybe it ain't the right thing to do, you know? So, but it's gonna be tough. And then some other things I heard, which I don't think we can solve this year, that I hadn't thought about. We talked about recovery houses versus nursing facilities. The biggest rise in EMS service in this county has been at nursing facilities. And they said, we have trouble billing for that.
Yeah.
They said, what are you guys gonna do about making them pay their fair share? And that we're not gonna answer that today, but it's, you know, there's something to be said about user taxes for the people using the service, you know? And again, I argued, and I think I'm a fiscal conservative, but I argued back when Donald Dell was commissioner, if you can prove to me that you're controlling the expenses and you're doing it right, then if we have to raise taxes, so be it. And we haven't for a lot of years. I think it was for show that we cut them, and that was stupid. But that's history. But we're in a tough situation. And so I understand the frustration on both sides, and I don't know that there's an answer.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think it's necessarily as much frustration. It's reality hitting us. And that's why, again, if we can get the dialogue and if we can come to grips with what our priorities are, all of us, as we build into this, because every year Ted says the exact same thing. The more he has in preparation, the better off we're going to be. And we still don't have all input from all of us on what services we want to maintain, what services we don't want to maintain, where our priorities are going to lie. And in building on that, we like I said, got to be in an equal playing ground. I don't know how to do it anymore. I mean, obviously, emails don't work, and you know, ideas being shared are not working. But we got to do something. And we are below the thresholds of what's allowed on our taxes. You know, the tax rates that went down were a penny, then 2 pennies, to getting us down to 3.02 or 3, and it's allowed to go up to 3.20. I have no intention. I do not want to raise taxes. You got to realize that is not my intent here. My intent is, as I shared for 5 years now, is put it all on the table and then take it off as appropriate. We can't even put the taxes on the table. We can't even put revenue on the table because it's not on the same equal playing ground as everything else. And if we can come to conclusions from all of us that these are the services and priorities we want to maintain and adhere to in the next budget, and we don't need to use additional revenue, that's great. But I don't see that happening because I don't know what the priorities are. I know what mine are, and I shared that with you. But I wish somebody would say, yeah, that's the priority that I want to maintain when it comes to ag, or when it comes to, you know, education, or when it comes to building another person or two. We haven't gotten there yet. So, but to put us all on the same playing field, that's why I'm looking at this vote. It's not to increase taxes whatsoever, but it's to put the revenue and the expenses on the same playing field that it hasn't been for quite some time.
So if I can, I'm sorry, did you want to?
Go ahead.
So when we had our budget workshops last year, I have to admit, I can't say that it crept up on me because, you know, looking ahead at the numbers, we knew we were getting into some pretty difficult times ahead. And given the state of the economy and everything last year, that was one of the reasons why I said if we had to raise any kind of a tax, which I know none of us wanted to do, recordation tax, that's why I proposed looking at the recordation tax, because if somebody's buying or selling a house, another $100 or $200 or $500 on the house, depending on what it is, was going to affect them less than it would somebody else. You know, looking ahead last year at this year, we were considering that we were probably going to be facing a $7 million initial deficit for FY25. After Tuesday, we know that's going to be at least $13.1 million, and that includes $15 million that is not going to come in based on current tax rates. And that doesn't even begin to touch on the $10.8 million that the Board of Education has just asked us for. We haven't even taken into account the different agency requests, the partner agencies and departments within our own government here who are going to be asking for things in addition to what is in the recommended budget that we're going to be receiving in the next couple of weeks. You know, I certainly take the point that, you know, we have to, you know, consider all options. Nobody wants to raise taxes. None of us want to raise taxes. You know, so I certainly understand where Commissioner Rothstein is coming from, and I also understand again where Commissioner Gordon is coming from. Now, this idea of the difference between requiring a supermajority to raise taxes versus the supermajority, or not having a supermajority to increase the expenses that we tack onto the budget. You know, could I ask, would a more suitable common ground at present be to vote to change the threshold for adding expenses to the budget from the simple majority now to a 4-to-1? Because that would negate the concerns about having a 4-to-1 supermajority with the taxes, but it would also really require us to think carefully about what we add to the budget as well. Now, given that, I mean, obviously, at any point between now and going through the budget, we could certainly vote to undo something like that, but it would certainly speak directly to the issue of having to, not compromise, but having to balance revenue with the expenditures. And I point out again, as Commissioner Rothstein did, you know, a lot of these things that we're contending with are not things of our own choosing. You know, we haven't added any brand new departments to the county in the last year. And as a matter of fact, we've reformed government. We've combined departments to try to increase efficiency and to cut costs. You know, again, looking at this last year and even through the summer, the fall, and the winter, when we were going through our initial budget discussions about this, you know, we were all looking at this as it was going to be a $7 million deficit. You know, I know Commissioner Rothstein had said that no one had spoken about some of the things that they wanted to cut, and I will respectfully disagree with that because I did propose a number of things, and I have shared a number of ideas about things that we could do. And on Tuesday, as everybody remembers, in the discussions that we had, we asked to have a look at certain things that we might be able to cut. For example, looking at transit. I've brought up the idea in the past as well, does the government really need to be overseeing transit? Is that something that could be privatized, right? So there are certainly opportunities to make cuts. It certainly does not, I'm not sure that we could ever get to a point where we could overcome the $15 million in revenue that we're not taking in FY25. I'm not sure that we could ever get to a point where we could overcome the $15 million or the 10.8 that the Board of Ed is requesting in addition to that. But it seems to me that the common way forward, the simple way forward right now would be to move to either get rid of the supermajority for the taxes or to add the supermajority being required to add expenses to the budget and balance the two out. Any thoughts about that?
Wow. That's my one-third that comes to mind is wow. If we have a revenue problem, we also have a spending problem because revenue has increased by $87 million since FY20. And we made a commitment.
Costs haven't.
That's called spending. That's called spending as well. We sat here and made a commitment to the people of this county by firming up that supermajority 4-1 to, if you want to raise taxes, you have to have 4-1. We did that in front of everybody here, and we voted 5-0. Every year, our delegation goes to Annapolis, and what do we tell them before they get in the car? No new taxes, no new taxes, fight taxes. So here we are talking about that. I don't see any way to change that 4-1 majority. I just don't. I mean, a discussion about a vote to change a supermajority doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think you can do it. So what's the alternative? If you really want to make a case for raising taxes, go ahead and do it. But if we're not gonna have a conversation about prioritizing things, if we're not gonna have a willingness to cut some things, cut some spending, and all you're gonna do is talk about raising taxes, I mean, I can't see anybody here supporting that. So what are we really talking about here? Now I think the proposal to, increase make a supermajority to add things, I don't know if that was a serious suggestion or not.
Yes.
I have a feeling that, when it was I don't know. I mean, is that a serious suggestion, or is that sort of a way of playing tit for tat with what we already have? If that's what we want to do, fine. I'm fine with that as well. So maybe that's the agreement we're all going to make here, that we're going to go ahead and have a supermajority to add anything to the budget. I've said before in front of, at this microphone, that I don't understand how we're doing budgets where when a department comes in front of us and wants to spend $200,000 for a stone someplace, we usually go, oh, it's in the budget, okay, let's approve it. I mean, if we have to strip down budgets to the point where if departments really have some serious spending they want to do and have to come before us, I'm fine with that as well. I mean, I think that's part of our function. I'd rather be sitting up here talking about some big item expenditures, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, than, purchasing, $15,000 license for a computer. I mean, that to me makes more sense. So maybe we're onto something here. Let's make it, let's make a 4-1 majority to add things to the budget. We're all going to have to agree to strip down budgets, and then when it comes to those big time expenditures, those are the things we debate up here. Do we really need that project? Do we really need this? Do we really need that? Maybe that's really what our function should be. But the only word to describe how I'm feeling right now is wow. I mean, going after the 4-1 supermajority after we sat up here and endorsed it 5-0, right before we're about to go into a budget session. It's too bad.
So I'll tell you, I obviously made a mistake by voting for that. The prioritization, I've been begging for that every day, building up as soon as the budget was up. We made a commitment after May 31st that we'll go into the budget discussions and we'll figure out what are our priorities for our upcoming next fiscal year budget. I've been adding as much as I could. Here's what I see our priorities are. I believe that our workforce deserves the 5.5 pay raise. I believe the MALF should be looked at as far as our ag preservation dollars and how we're spending that. I've talked about education. I've talked about a lot of different, activities that I think we can look at as far as spending. So we've been talking about priorities and spending from day one. As far as staff coming here to spending money, they're spending money, they are executing the budget from the years before. We allocate that money, we obligate that money during the budget deliberation and approval on May 31st. Once that's done, it's not that they're coming up with new dollars, they're spending and executing the money that we put and allowed them to have in that budget. So if that line says this is not within the current budget, then we got a problem. Then we're like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Every dollar they spend, that's why it's so important that they are executing, and that's what we do. We authorize the execution of funds throughout the year that we put into place during the budget deliberation. That's our primary focus and our role here in the county, sitting up on the dais. But I 100% agree with you that we need to have these discussions about priorities and about spending. 100% agree. We're still not getting it. I'd like to know, what are the priorities? I know what I believe are priorities, and I've thrown them out to you. I know what I believe we should spend, and I've thrown it out to you. As far as the $80 million since 2020, I'm not sure, and I need clarification on additional $80 million. I know we receive FRF and federal dollars, but $80 million increase, I'm get a bit confused. Delegation, we say no new taxes. Sure, we do. But most importantly, what we say to our delegation, I believe, is allow Carroll Countyans to run Carroll County. Local control. Allow us to make the decisions that are best for Carroll County. That's the number one thing I've been sharing, and that's why MACo, the Maryland Association of Counties, is so important, and that we participate in the state and in the region for local control. So it's not delegation, ensure no new taxes. It's delegation, do the best you can in focusing your attention on what Carroll County needs are, but understand everything we do, is local control. Every decision I want made should be and I've said it enough, Carroll County, nobody knows it better than Carroll Countyans. Let Carroll County run Carroll County. And that's the focus I give to the delegation every time I talk with them. I agree with you. We should sit and we should say, here's our priorities. And that's what I've been doing. Every week or two, I send you another email saying, these are my priorities. Education, fiscal sustainment of government. I give you what I thought would be some sort of mission and vision, because we thought we want to establish a vision and mission, and I agree with you, we should. I gave you something on that. This is what I believe it could look like. No insight or input, so I don't know what the priorities are regarding that, the expenses. So I agree, we should do that. But I also believe in order to do that, we should all be on the same playing field. And a supermajority for revenue is not the same as a simple majority for expenses as we build a budget. So my recommendation is that we take away the supermajority for revenue and we focus our attention on being fiscally conservative and building the budget for FY25. And we talk about our input. We say these are the things we want to do. Like I can't remember who it was from CCYSB. You get out there and you have the courage and you say these are the priorities. This may not go with the grain of others, but let's put it out on the table. And we haven't done that. So that's what I'd like to do, is take away that supermajority, and I know we need to do it with 2 votes, so.
Well, I think the discussion of priorities is about to begin with the budget session, and you and I have different definitions of fiscal conservative, because
We do.
raising taxes and spending money is not fiscal
I'm
conservatism.
not raising
in my view.
taxes. I have no intention
Okay.
to say I want to raise taxes.
So, again, I'm not really sure, I think there's some legal questions here. I mean, we unanimously voted for a 4-to-1 majority to have, that you couldn't remove it. So I'm not really sure what we're talking about here at this point. What are we really doing?
Oh, and then I'll ask this question, and you make an interesting point. If no one here is interested in raising taxes, then we don't need to be sitting here having this conversation. Now, I understand the argument it's not equal from the 4-1 versus the 3-2, but if none of us are looking here to raise taxes, then what exactly are we looking to do other than to strip out the supermajority? And here's the other thing, and I'm going to say this, the board, not all of us, but the board, and I'm going to go there and say this, we implemented impact fees. The board did, as a vote. It was a 3-2 vote. The impact fees haven't brought in any real revenue, in my opinion, because we don't have the availability to build houses. So we are in some cases, in my opinion, locking ourselves up. I mean, the other thing is there's been conversations publicly mentioned in past meetings about subsidizing things. This county government subsidizes a lot of things. Now, some of it we should subsidize. I'm never going to deny that. But I think we need to take a serious, hard look fiscally if we're going to talk about being fiscal conservatives or not raising taxes or any of these other issues. What are we doing where we are, yes, we're helping people, but in some cases, are we causing more expense on ourselves? And I think the answer for a lot of it, as we all know in various things, is yes, we are. So we need to be taking a hard look at those issues as well. And no, that's not going to solve a $15 million deficit issue or the oncoming. But, maybe what we really should do with this budget, and maybe I'm crazy for thinking this, let's just dump it all into the budget and let's sit there and let's bang out all the difficult issues. Let's look at those priorities in public, have that conversation. Let's see how we can go from really ugly to semi-ugly, and then make that final decision, all of us collectively, instead of having a discussion about stripping out a supermajority. Let's put the whole thing in the box and shake it up and see what it turns out to be.
When are we going to stop doing that?
Hold on a second. Your point is wrong. We needed this discussion. And if the 4-to-1 vote caused this discussion, that's good. I don't know, and I was being facetious about 4-to-1 on expenses because that would be as stupid as this is. But I don't know that we ought to change it today. I don't know by vote we would change it today, but we need to have that discussion. We've set in budget talks, and Ted has said, the closer the proposed budget is, the better it is. You guys need to give me your opinions. We've done 0 of that. We haven't cut 1 penny out of the budget. And we've had months to do it. And the closer it gets, the harder it's going to be. And I agree. We need to look at that. I've never pledged not to raise taxes because that would be stupid. But I don't want to raise taxes. But we can't con our way out of a bottom line like we did last year. And and again, when you talk the 87 million, what percentage of that was EMS and sheriff? Probably 3/4 of it.
You mean in terms of, I'm not sure what you mean.
When you said spending went up and X number of years.
Revenues increased by 87 million since FY20, that's what I said.
And what percentage of that paid for the sheriff and EMS?
For sheriff
50,
and
60?
Probably not as much, well, I mean, practically speaking,
and that's
not-
okay,
not
because
as
I
much
think
as-
we need both of those.
Yeah, those are priorities, as far as I'm concerned.
And the school system was held 1 year to nothing, even though the county had a surplus. And you can't count revenues from, that we got through COVID because they're one time. But it's tough. It's tough. And I honestly don't think I see $12 million that we can cut out of the budget. But I hope we can, and let's do it. But we need these kind of talks, because what I've seen last budget and this budget so far, we're not motivated to cut. And I don't even want to talk about $20,000 for a half hour. I want to talk about $1 million. If it's not a $500,000, it's a waste of time to talk about it at this point in time. But it's going to be hard. And like I say, that's what I said 2 years before we got elected, is we're digging a hole. And I could throw out examples, but I don't want to bash whoever said whatever, but we threw money at stuff even though we knew we were already digging a hole. Now, can we undo some of that? I don't know. You know, and I'm not ready to vote today on getting rid of the 4-to-1, but I think it's a conversation we need to talk about. And I think legally, we could do a 3-to-2 to get rid of the 4-to-1 to remove the 4-to-1, and then we could do the other one. But I don't know that I want to. You know, I think you made a good point. If 4 of us can't agree to something, then it ain't that important.
I mean, that's my question. If we're in that dire situation, we
understand.
need to really roll up our sleeves and make those hard calls. That's my point.
But we need to do it, and I don't know, other than conversations like this, what's going to motivate us to do it. It's hard. We're in a hole. And between Blueprint and, like I say, the safety in the county, and it's tough. I think you'd find very few people who'd say, cut the sheriff 20% and cut EMS 20% so we don't have to raise taxes. I don't think you're going to hear that from people, not the majority. And again, I understand this county less and less all the time. Over 55% voted to have marijuana, you know, and so I'm not sure I know what hell, I didn't think they'd elect me, and it happened. Shit.
Well, I think maybe is the conclusion to the conversation. I certainly take the point that it's a discussion that we need to continue to have, and I certainly did honestly mean that if we're considering adding expenses on top of a $13.1 million, and maybe it should be a 4-to-1 vote, and I'm perfectly willing to continue to have that discussion. I mean, if it's going to be just as stringent on us or imperative upon us not to find ways to raise taxes, it should be just as difficult for us in the current environment to add expenses to an already unbalanced budget. And then the last thing I will say, because I don't want us to end on too much of a negative note with this, is that a lot of the expenses that we're looking at, and as I had alluded to earlier, we haven't ourselves projected toward any tremendous new expenditures. We haven't put into place any brand new departments. We haven't said, oh, let's spend $40 million on this or $80 million on that. We haven't come up with any silly programs or anything. Again, we've over the last year and a half, we've consolidated government. We've made it more efficient. We've cut costs where we could. A lot of what we're facing right now, and this is why I think the conversation does have to happen about the revenue and the expenses, a lot of what we're facing right now is not of our own choosing, right? None of us said we want Blueprint. None of us have said, we want the state to threaten to take away 25% of our education funding if we say, no, we're not going to do this, right? I mean, we're going to be scrambling to try to adhere to parts of it where we can. The Board of Ed has been very clear that they are, in difficult situations. They don't want it either. They don't want it either. This is not an expenditure of our choosing. And then the other major thing that we're faced with is the Department of Fire and Emergency Services. We all understand especially how important the EMS side of things are. Commissioner Guerin, at the beginning today, you had pointed out the Narcan that's located all over the place. Huge number of the calls that EMS makes are for overdoses and for those kinds of emergency calls. So it's not like we can just say, okay, well, we're not going to implement DFEMS anymore and just let the volunteer companies handle it. They can't. It's not their fault because volunteerism is waning. But these are two major costs that we're confronted with, and we can't certainly cut our way out of those. But I'll be darned if I sit here and say that, well, we shouldn't reconsider the expenses that we add onto the budget as well. And again, it's this is not a situation of our making, but it's certainly a situation of our own requirement to find a solution to contend with, if that makes sense.
And anything else on this subject? Anything else for open admin?
Just so it doesn't get forgotten, you have
We have review.
closed.
Oh, I've got,
too.
we've got more items on the agenda.
No, just closed minutes that have to be approved.
That's the
Okay.
page I've been open to for 30 minutes.
Okay.
Again, you're the second one reminding me. If we do open admin, we're going to do open admin. And we're going to have discussions like that.
Sure, absolutely.
No, that's good, I just wanted to.
This is where we should be having those discussions.
Exactly.
The
Yeah,
the
no,
closed
I agree.
discussions, the quote-unquote emails, whatever that is, this is where we need to have those discussions, so let's do it. Look forward to it.
And when
Everybody
we-
pay attention to my
Look forward to
podcast
the
this
budget
week.
session.
And when we close, I'm
And
going to
open.
move for a group hug.
I'll just
I'll
let you
second.
know, I'll print off those emails and make sure they're here, so we have
Yes.
them in open.
Oh, okay.
So if nobody's reading them outside,
Thank
but
you.
that's no problem.
Okay.
Do you have a vote on the group hug?
Print those.
I
And the
seconded.
most patient person in the room is our agenda queen. Okay, I now need a motion for approval of the closed minutes from 2/29/24.
So moved.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Ready for agenda?
Hello, Wanda. How are you today?
Hi, Wanda.
Good evening. Okay, week one, Monday, March 11th, Transit Advisory Council, Commissioner Kyler. Tuesday, March 12th. And I want to say something, too. That conversation, we needed it, that was good. But I tell you what, reading through this stuff, you guys are an active bunch. It's not too many days blank in this part-time job. Tuesday, March 12th, Drug and Violence Awareness Expo, Commissioner Kyler. 7 p.m. that night, Ag Center Board, Commissioner Kyler. Wednesday, Opioid Prevention Coalition meeting. Right now, I'm down for that, but I may or may not be in Annapolis. MACO's changing some schedules, and the delegation's busy. I don't want to go to Annapolis if it's not worth the trip, but
And I would
that's
offer to
where-
fill in for you, but I've got something at 9:30 that morning. So.
Yes, yeah, 9:30 Farm Museum, Commissioner Vigliotti. 3 p.m. Maryland Governor's Workforce Development, Commissioner Rothstein. 5 p.m. Carroll County Board of Trustees at the Community College, Commissioner Kyler. 5 p.m. Board of Education Board Meeting, and right now we have no one attending, and I think unless somebody's excited about it, we can leave it like that. Thursday, March 14th, closed admin, open meeting, Priority Carroll, discussion of nonprofit Shepherd Pratt, legislative update, discussion of nonprofit Target, discussion of nonprofit The Ark, discussion of nonprofit Flying Colors of Success. And I do want to mention, they held to the 15 minutes very well today. I
did.
gotta appreciate how they did their
Very much so.
their things.
Wanda's mean.
Good.
Thank you.
Next item, nonprofit Penmar Human Services. Next item, nonprofit Access Carroll. Next item, ordinance change, request for public hearing for creation of local ordinance establishing eligible uses of Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. Contract award paving condition survey and analysis. Briefing and discussion on the transportation plan. Item 11, Consolidated Transportation Plan Priority Letter. Item 12, Residential Growth Tiers, Briefing and Discussion. Everybody's happy with those items?
Yes, sir.
Public comment, administrative open, and we'll allow an hour for that, and agenda review for both things. That evening, Maryland Municipal League which is in Westminster, Commissioners Gordon, Guerin, Kyler, Rothstein, and Vigliotti. Friday shows open. Saturday at 4:30 is Pleasant Valley Community Fire Company's anniversary banquet. Commissioner Vigliotti and Commissioner Kyler has the podcast that week.
Are you writing yours ahead of schedule, your podcast?
I haven't looked. It'll happen. The second week. Monday shows no activities. Tuesday, open session, public comment, recommended budget presentation, Veterans Advisory Meeting, Commissioner Gordon and Kyler at 2 p.m., Annual Agricultural Dinner Meeting, Commissioners Gordon, Kyler, and Rothstein. Wednesday, March 20th, Mako Legislation, Commissioner Rothstein, and the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, I'm away, but I will be on our meeting on Thursday virtually, both admin and the open. 1 p.m., Mako Legislation, Commissioner Rothstein. 6 p.m., Outstanding Teacher Awards at Westminster, shows no commissioner.
Wanda, please add me to that for the Teachers Awards.
Thank you. 7, Emergency Service, ESAC, is Commissioner Guerin. On Thursday, closed admin and open session, Priority Carol, some retirements. Item 1, permission to submit discretionary grant application for the Circuit Court. Item 2, legislative update. Item 3, Workforce Development Group. Item 4, Consolidated Transportation Plan Priority Letter. Now, is that necessary 2 weeks in a row? Is one the prep for it and one it?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
You don't have to do it that way. You don't have to do it that way. If you like the
But-
letter, if you fall in love with it that first day, you can.
We could sign it.
So if we do the week before, this would go away, but odds are it'll be on both, okay. Comment letter for Hampstead annexation. Comment letter for Westminster annexation. Exercise an option to purchase Critical Farms program. Approval to submit application for Wakefield Valley Restoration Design. Approval to submit application and acceptance of George's Murphy Run Watershed Study. Phase 2 roof replacement. Restoration, coating, and flashing at Carroll County Public Library in Eldersburg. Public comment and agenda review for both topics. Friday shows open. Saturday is Read Across Maryland event, Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon has the podcast, and there's an Eagle Scout Court of Honor. Commissioner Vigliotti is going to on Sunday. Does that cover it? Thank you. Chris, I assume there's nobody that held on for public comment?
No, sir, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, well, nothing, I'll let it be. You couldn't keep them muted last time, so I'm grateful. A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.